name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn, that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saved billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Tackle the #1 job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a 3-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back in your 40s, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion out of $1.4 billion. $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
No, let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do.
Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No.
I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We've had racists, and they've existed, they've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it. Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people. But it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You help me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in. Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. Election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America.
Hello, everyone. Barack America really makes you think. Did I split my lip? Oh no. I swear to God, like, I just don't use lip chap for like a day, and this happens. It's rough. It's rough out here. Gremlo.
it's
Oh
okay,
shit,
I'm
thank you for the
transgender.
raid.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever
Hello.
you want all the time.
Thank you so much. I hope you had a good stream. We literally just started. Makes you think. How are you all doing? We're back. What has happened recently? I like the little wiggly guy. He's a gremlin. It's very cute. I need to make a lizard wiggly guy. I need to commission someone to do that. I mean, he's already wiggling, but in very specifically that way. I think a little wiggly guy would be nice. Showed up just in time, yeah. My Vivance is still kicking in, so I'm a little sleepy. But we're back. When did I stream last? I guess I did a cooking stream before. I was gonna stream yesterday, but then I felt blah. So instead of doing that, I played Balatro for 7 hours. I think I might be addicted to it. It's entirely possible. No, I played it for 8 hours. I won. My second run. I was very proud of myself. My girlfriend is working like a normal 9-to-5 job, and I was like, babe, I'm on Anti-8, and so I like streamed it to her on Discord while she was like at her actual, and she was like, no. So she watched me. I do stream. I didn't stream as much before, but I'm getting back into it. Because she's addicted to it, and I mentioned before that I was like, it's getting a little bit too much. Like, we need to tone that down. And then instead of doing that, I just got addicted to it. So we all live with, mutually not a toxic relationship, but so supporting your partner and your mutual unhealthy habit you have. That game is really fun. What else has happened recently? I saw this tweet, which is really funny. I tweeted about it. Thank you. Thank you, Grandma. I hope you had a good stream. The Brianna Wu thing, where like this is my favorite brand of, like, no opinion, just the biggest fucking moron of all time. Just finding out about like interfaith marriages not being allowed in Israel, which is like a legacy of like Ottoman courts and like essentially not being reformed. I actually don't know, because I know with gay marriages it's like an Israeli court will accept them if it's elsewhere. I'm not sure if that's actually the case with interfaith. But then Brianna Wu, with her insanely bad vibes, awful, weird, janky profile picture, responds, is this true? What about interracial marriages? What about marriages between a straight trans girl and a man? Which, by the way, in case you're curious, the implication, like, she's both of those, right? Like, she's a white woman. Wu is her husband's name that she like took. So he really, like, usually when people have the like, fuck you, I got mine mentality, they have like at least a little bit of shame about it. Do you know what I mean? That it's like it's as an impulse, it is understandable insofar as it's like a self-preservation thing. Brianna Wu is a white transgender woman, yes. There's this impulse about like, like it's drawn from a self-preservation instinct of like, I'm comfortable, and I like being comfortable. But usually people have like a little bit of shame about it, or at least try to offset it in certain, but it really is just so fundamentally like, just finding out that I can't get like straight transgender married to my like Asian husband in Israel. Like I'm shocked to hear about this, which is it's so funny too, because it's like, you're not getting married in Israel. Maybe she was like thinking about moving there or something. I guess that's the reveal here, is that she's romanticized the idea of like converting to Judaism and moving to Israel. I guess that is the reveal here, that she's at least thought about it, which is so funny. She finally admitted to it, because like for a long time there was like an understanding of that amongst a lot of trans people, but it was just like, you don't talk about it. But then like everyone didn't know. You say that, Jenny 12 Gauge, and then even now, right? Like someone commented Brianna was trans, like after she's come out explicitly. Like people were like her before she came out, her like casual transphobia. Yeah, she was a Susan's Place moderator, which is so funny. Like that's too old for me. I've never been in Susan's Place. I don't, but the way that was described to me as a website, really demonstrates something about who she is as a person. Sometimes you see like Gen X trans women being insane, and you have to be reminded like they grew up in that sort of thing. That's sort of like she's a trans medicalist, yeah. Although I don't like the thing about trans medicalism is just that it's just like you agree with the dominant line about like trans stuff from 30 like 20 the dominant line in medical discourses like 20 years ago. That's basically like yeah, so if you're like neurotic and insane and 50, yeah, it's quite the she really is just posting through it. I got a my first, it was like a blocked by Brianna speedrun any percent. My first contact with her, like the first time I replied to her, it was a block. I can't remember. Let me find. It just, you know, it was an efficient, you know, one and done sort of thing. From Liv Agar, Liv_Agar, Brianna. What's her at? It's just Brianna. Oh yeah. Some argument again where she's calling them Houthini instead of Houthi. I don't really. It's about the Houthis. I hope these sort of brainless Wikipedia skimming Twitter argument posts and their backlash make you as miserable as you deserve to be. And then wham. Blocked. Let me see. Blocked. I don't know why she was calling it the Houthi. I don't know. It was beautiful. It was very efficient, kind of one and done thing. Houthini, I was confused about that. Is that like an archaic way of referring to them? Or is she just confused? Like, is that like she's just remembering it wrong? Like, if I search Houthini, no, it's only her. She's the only person who's doing that, I think. Like I searched Houthini, and the third one is Brianna Wu profile picture. Yeah, she's really impressively stupid. And if it makes you feel angry that, you know, she is able to post that sort of shit, you know, rest easy knowing that she is insanely miserable. It is truly like she's like loaded. She's rich. I don't know from what. Like something in relation to politics, I guess. I don't know. She has like a rich. Is her husband rich? That's funny. That's actually the context of her being like a trad person is like extra funny in that context. She comes from money and married wealthy. Standard. Many such cases. It's a classic. So it's like she's someone who's never had to work in her life, right? Yeah, she's a Porsche collection. But despite all that, she spends all of her time being miserable, arguing, like justifying Israeli actions on Twitter. So if it makes you feel any better, she interned for, yes, she started as a Republican. And I would imagine if she didn't transition, she would probably continue to be one. Sort of a Pete Buttigieg situation. Pete Buttigieg is, I was going to say transition, but given the context of our conversation, that would be very misleading. Pete Buttigieg, like the change he's made as a politician in the last 5 years is very interesting. Because like, I remember when he was trying to be the gay mayor president, Um. Oh yeah, I mean Ben Burgess is a moron. I think he should just say what he means in relation to this. That's actually so racist. Like that's what is the reaction image? Then as he goes to like, that's really No, I had a full like when I used to do my solo philosophy podcast. I brought it back in like 2022 or 2023 to just read his article about Marx. I was just like, it's what are the like. He cites Critique of the Gotha program to talk about why like value still exists in a communist society. Essentially, like just very very strange stupid and I was just very angry about it for like an hour and a half. I'm sure that still exists if you want to like if you search Liv Egger on Spotify, it should come up. But just like genuinely like first time read, just being like dumbfounded at how stupid. The phenol tax. What is the context? explaining colonialism to a Zoomer. Yeah, he's a very dumb guy. What was I saying before that? I can't remember. This is a a classic. You guys remember this?
Or apes or whatever, right? Our Neanderthal cousins were probably just raping like crazy. So there's definitely something like in us to like conquer. Men want to like conquer.
Right.
So it's women are in a nature setting like to be conquered. Or
I love
conquered.
I love the Joji response. What did someone say? Like that was when Joji realized he had to focus on music. I respect the Joji career transition so immensely. That's cool. I don't particularly care for his music in general. But I respect the move. I think I'm sure you're much happier now. He did save himself quite well. Because the other way of saving yourself in that case is doing the iDubbbz thing. Oh, we were gonna watch the iDubbbz video, right? Of doing like the iDubbbz thing. Because I would say, like, regardless of whether you want to accept his apology for, like, culturally being behind a very shitty period. And, it's not broadly speaking, it's not, like, my apology to accept. I do think that he has, like, whatever you want to consider saving yourself from that sort of career trajectory. Oh, yeah, the Pete thing. That's what I was talking about. Ouch. Tell me a moderately successful musician or a minor fascist. Joji's pretty successful, isn't he? Oh no.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh,
another raid.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Central Committee Mike, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Shout out Central Committee. I hope you had a good stream. Raid from PA. Yeah. What were we talking about? I guess we were about to watch this video. I am Liv Agar. Famous, very famous A-list online Twitter poster. I used to stream a bunch, but I am starting to stream more again. I hope you had a good stream. I'm the Liv Agar. Yes. Okay, anyways. I'm just gonna not read the rest of this.
If you allow your
2-year-old to smear the contents of his diapers on the wall of your living room, and you do nothing about it, if you
People are saying I'm one of the most cis streamers of all
allow your
time.
14-year-old to light a joint at the breakfast table, if you allow your hormone-addled 15-year-old daughter to like slam the door of her bedroom and give you the finger, you're gonna get more of it. And those kids are gonna wind up in rehab. It's not good for you, and it's not good for them. No.
Neurotic parents are so fascinating, especially at the level of like the stock a lot of parents put in the temperament of their child. Where it's like, as it turns out, like you really can't control that all that directly.
There has to be a point at which dad comes home.
Oh, that's grim. I mean, the parental analogy for politics is so fascinating.
Yeah, that's right. Dad comes home.
That's the response to that is so crazy. The family unit is like a mechanism for doing politics. Oh yeah, I mean I can see that it's gonna get bad.
And he's pissed.
I will say, yeah, it's so the fact that it's all invested in sex as well.
He's not vengeful. He loves his children. Disobedient as they may be, he loves them.
Because it's so
because
sexual.
They're his children, they live in his house. But he's very disappointed in their behavior, and he's gonna have to let them know. He's gonna have to get to your room right now and think about what you did. And when dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl.
No, man. It's grim. It's very
You've been
grim.
a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now. And no,
That's
it's not
crazy.
gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not. I'm not gonna lie.
It is the like what is that gif?
Hurt you a lot more than it
The,
hurts
like-
me. And you earned this. You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
That's not good. I don't like hearing that.
And it has to be this way.
Yeah, it really is like doing any sort of Freudian analysis of politics where it's like, oh, look at the subtle ways in which the Oedipal the structure relates to both sexual feelings as well as like people's aggression at like a political level, how they deal with
To be this way because it's true. And you're only going to get
and it's just like he just tweeted it out.
better when you take
He just posted it.
responsibility for what you
No, Trump is daddy in this analogy.
That's not said in this.
It's so interesting, the patriarchal component as well, that it's not a boy being spanked.
Spirit of hate.
That's a really important component
It's
of
not
this.
said in the spirit of vengeance or bigotry. Far from it. It's said in the spirit of justice.
Of like, why couldn't it have been like the boy who's being spanked?
Which is the purest.
I would say it's not that America is, it's that the liberals are. It's that this is like, actually, I feel like I've heard contradictory data about the split in like gender dynamics in terms of politics.
Best thing there is.
Of like, are younger men more right wing?
And with
Yeah, Kamala is the girl in this analogy partially, but then also just the idea
without
that
it,
like
things fall apart.
like the most important disciplining is a patriarchal one against women, right? Like even among the right, when they talk about like women who are like disobedient, so to speak, in terms of the social order, a lot of the time there's a reference to the father as the
But
the
he's
problem.
very disappointed in their behavior.
Like men in their 20s love doing the thing of like, oh, she has daddy issues.
And
Which is a tacit belief about like, well, clearly like the man of the house did not keep it in order. And they think that of course about men as well, of like, you didn't have a father figure,
gonna
whatever.
have to let them know.
But they're much more obsessed, I think, in relation to like men enforcing some sort of strict rule, like strict normative set of rules on like their daughters.
He's going to have to get to your room right now and think about what you did.
Yeah, that's very... And then obviously there's the sexual component, right? Because this is very like... It's very Oedipal, sexually speaking.
And when Dad gets home, you know what he said?
I think like with a lot of fascist politics in general, a lot of people who are fascist, and this affects fascist politics, have a hard time distinguishing a lot of their aggressive impulses and their sexual impulses. Like, you know, like the Madonna whore complex. It's a classic, like, man has trouble because when he is sexually attracted to a woman, he has to be like, he has to have negative feelings about her.
Says
that kind of dynamic, that social dynamic, is broadly a product of like, again, patriarchal child rearing and teaching men that they have to dominate, that's the way that they relate to the world, that their sense of self has to be like, it becomes affirmed, their ego ideal, the thing that they're trying to be when they dominate. So that you can't differentiate getting what you want with controlling things.
You've been a bad girl.
Speaking of the boy might also be too personal. That's also an interesting component here because Tucker wants to, like, there's an important component of both fascist politics and coincidentally how the right relates to people like Trump, is identification of like attaching your ego to Trump, to like the leader. And this is the thing that happens, like you can think of this in relation to when your sports team wins, how like you feel vicariously, it's like that psychological mechanism. When they win, it feels like you win. So like when people talk about Trump, like he's a selfish asshole, but he's gonna do deals for us, right? Like he's gonna be a selfish asshole for us. He's a good businessman. That's kind of the psychological mechanism going on there of like, he's clearly self-interested, but he's going to be like, when he wins, I'm going to win vicariously through him. And it's like it is like, I mean, it doesn't come from sports. It's like the broad social cause of both the Trump thing and the sports thing, you know. How would you describe that? I guess in the Freudian image of it, it's because like of like capitalist scarcity and not being able to like live a fulfilling life based upon like what you are taught to do, how the image of what you're taught to exist as is like a good capitalist subject. Like you can't win, so you compensate by vicariously living through someone like Trump. But in this case, the identification, he's identifying with Trump. He's identifying with the one who's doing the spanking, not the one who's being spanked, of course. Like he's speaking through him.
It's not said in the spirit of vengeance or bigotry. Far from it. It's said in the spirit of justice, which is the purest and best thing there is.
Spanking a boy is a domination of that boy, and being dominated is emasculating. Right. Like when they talk about when the patriarchal parent talks about spanking the boy, it's like a thing that you have to do, but you don't really like it. In this case, it's like, no, you're not going to enjoy it. It's not going to...
For what you did.
Like, what does he say?
That's not said in the spirit of hate. It's not said in the spirit of vengeance or bigotry. Far from it. It's said in the spirit of justice.
Which is also revealing about their image of justice as like things functioning as they should in society. Like you doing your duty to your nation, to like your biological essence, you know, being a male or a female.
Which is the purest and best thing there is.
Which is Plato's definition of justice, right? As like it's things ordered in the right way. Societally speaking.
It has to be this way because it's true. And you're...
What did he say?
Vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl. And it has to be this way. It has to be this way because it's true. And you're...
Maybe it was before here, but like I'm not gonna hate it more than you. Like when you're spanking the boy, you hate it more. You know, or at least you say that you do. because it's like, oh, you know,
And no, it's
with the girl, it's like, it's, you know, very clear, obvious, I guess, at some level, gender politics. You're putting her in her place, so to speak. She has a biological essence related to, you know, child rearing and being in that position, being subservient to men. And so it's merely an assertion. That's why it's justice, quote unquote, right? It's things working in the order they're supposed to.
It's not going to hurt me more than it hurts you. No, it's not. I'm not going to lie. This is going to hurt you a lot more than it hurts.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. So there's, I mean, you know, I feel like it's pretty, you see that and you kind of get it. Like some sort of, I feel like most not insane people see this and have that sort of instinct about what's going on here. But yeah, no, it's all that. I would say, like, the one part of this that I find interesting, though, is that Trump being the analogy of the father, because a lot of the times fascists don't like that. Because a lot of their aggression and anger is like against the sort of psychic image of the father and rebelling against him. I know Adorno talks about how Hitler wants to position himself as like the older brother. I mean, Big Brother is a classic, you know, part of like Orwell getting some sort of sense of the psychic relation there. Maybe this is something like very unique to sort of America.
Pissed. He's not vengeful.
But I will say, usually people position Trump as kind of the older brother. Maybe a part of this that's important is that when you see the fascist leader as the big brother figure, it's like in relation to your place beside them. In this context, like Tucker is envisioning himself as the father as well. Like he will also be doing this bank.
Has to be this way.
That's an interest. I guess it's more Reichian. Like Wilhelm Reich had a more sort of father. The fascist is the father figure position. I wanted to write a paper on Reich and Adorno after I did the thing, but my chapter, but then I was lazy. Two dads makes you think. Really makes you think. Was Nietzsche a leftist? No, certainly not. Which is, it's always interesting because like after the year 1890, all of them like important Nietzscheans, I mean, maybe, I guess after the year 1918, 1923, like the most important Nietzscheans are on the left. So it's interesting how they scalp. I would argue pretty firmly that Nietzsche did have a politic and that it was neo-reactionary, but that like any good thinker, there are parts of his thought that existed beyond him and his intention. Like that's with any philosopher. I see kind of an inverse with Foucault, which is ironic. I saw this especially in university because one of the profs who taught like Foucault was like clearly like a neoliberal, like social conservative. That like Foucault is clearly on the left. He's a left Nietzschean as well. There's an irony there. He clearly positions himself as a conservative. Or sorry, Foucault clearly positions himself as like some sort of leftist. Talks about like thinking about a world outside of punishment in the prison, right? Like it's not, he's not analyzing it in a neutral way. And then a lot of people who take Foucault and use him, although this is possibly because of a sort of cynicism he gets into maybe in his later years, are like clearly like neoliberal, like on the right. There's an interesting back and forth. I don't know if he didn't know what he was tapping into. I think he knew what he was doing to an extent. Which is why a lot of it is contradictory. Not even to say that as a negative. I think he will admit it's a contradictory. Do people call, is Nietzsche progressive? Progressive is like a separate term. Foucault? The Chomsky-Foucault debate is interesting because they kind of do just talk around each other. A part of that is just a language barrier. Like Chomsky didn't speak French. Chomsky had like a knowledge of French because he's like a no, he's not a linguist. What am I blanking on? All right, let's Biden count. He's not a linguist. He's a is that the right word? Why am I forgetting this school of thought? No, he's a linguist. I don't know why I thought he wasn't a linguist. No, I don't think Chomsky's a philologist. It's a Biden moment. Chomsky, like has a vague understanding of French grammar structure, and then a lot of like loan words, and then I think probably other words in Latin, like Latin and other Latin-based languages. So he's like able to get like a, but a lot of the times they talk around each other. I also think Chomsky is like kind of a willful ignorance about a lot of like French continental philosophy. He's partially right about it, but he's also partially like willfully ignorant. Like his thing about like I don't have a clue what a dialectic is. Like I couldn't tell you. I don't know. It's very like, what's the correct philosophical word for it? Like positivist almost. It's quite positivist, right? Where it's like narrowing the philosophical discussion to what things mean. And positivism was a reaction to some sort of Hegelian, or no, I guess it's more Platonist, like development in like Anglo philosophy. He's definitely not a Marxist. The coolest, it's so interesting that Chomsky was a Maoist. In his early days. And then obviously, like, I want to find this. It was on his debate with, what's his name? Buckley? Where he was talking about like the democratization of the I'm Googling it and I can't find it. But that period of his life is so interesting. Yeah, he's a pragmatist. Yeah. I think that's definitely true, isn't it? It is a very American sort of Anglo philosophical position. I mean, is that part of his pragmatism? Is him doing that? Honestly, I'm not as familiar with. I haven't like fully studied pragmatism. It's outside of my wheelhouse. There's a strand of Maoism that has connections with anarchism. I think that's true. Dengism is such a fascinating ideology too. Because it really does just abandon everything. I guess Dengism as a political ideology is like what is happening in China right now. Which does make sense. I understand it from like you want to be. It's fun to win. Incredible things. It's fun to win. That is one thing. Miss Bay Area didn't he got like doxxed or something and he had to leave. RIP. Which also, how do you that's a crazy being in the mask with the thing. I guess it was America without democracy. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's definitely different in some ways. Someone made an analogy that like Chinese national chauvinism is very similar to American, but neither of them realize it, and I think that's a funny idea. The analogy that I do think is good for that region is Great Britain and Japan. I feel like that one's less. That's a less hot take. There's a very similar Do they have identical healthcare systems? I did not know that. One thing I will say about China is that they're doing the damn thing with climate change. I mean, not quite. I think it's probably still insufficient, but it's clear, like, it's clearly much more. Like, did you guys see Matt Iglesias being like, look, like, climate change is important, but what's a lot more important is American trade war. American exceptionalism, interventionist exceptionalism is not one. That's true. That's certainly true. Like I guess Dengist foreign policy is like similarly like extractivist and like out for profit, obviously. Like there's a very marked difference between like Maoist China, in like Africa, for instance, and like after Deng. But it's clearly like especially local like African elite are much more fond of the Chinese attitude. Which is about like I guess investing, developing trade, and like also making up for a lot of fear that local African elites had of like the Maoist policy beforehand, which I feel like Maoist policy can be described as like, what is the agrarian one? I guess we'll kind of support that movement, which makes elites very like, uneasy. But then it's like, no, we're coming here. We're gonna like develop stuff. We're gonna do trade deals. We're gonna develop the productive forces, whatever. And it's like, okay, that's better. What was that thing about like, was it in like Ethiopia or something? Some politician, or maybe it was like someone paraphrasing something about like, when the Chinese come, they build like a port. When like the West comes, they carry a lecture. Like it's much more forgiving than IMF. The loans are much more forgiving than the IMF ones. Favorite things those centrist engineering channels on YouTube find themselves praising China all the time. Yeah, because it's like, I mean, you kind of have something, in common. It's like, yeah, apart, like, that is the interesting, like, I mean, maybe I was going to say that is the interesting type of American centrist, but I realize I'm just thinking of Henry Kissinger, who's like, why we got to fight? Like, we can get along. Come on. Bloomberg as well. His book, I want to read his book on China. I'm sure it's funny. China making 2 times the rest of the world's wind and solar. They're getting it done. America is I mean, maybe right under India, because India is also, although India is complicated in the sense that like, like they're doing a shit ton of pollution, but like so did every other industrial power when they were industrializing. It is, but America is probably the largest impediment to any sort of like, I mean, I don't know if we're possibly heading towards like a solution, but like any sort of major alleviation. It is run by fascists. I would say it would probably be fairly similar if it was just like the INC is still the liberal opposition, right? It's like kindred for INC. No, I guess not. What is I guess, oh no, they're just cooked. It's the India coalition is the big tent. And then INC is the biggest. But yeah, it's real. It's real. Ended for here. What is the color? Is it saffron? It's a real saffron looking. Indian fascist. Yeah, they're. It's the similar. They're. It depends on how you define it. It's always complicated. Same with Trump. Although Trump is getting different now. I don't know. Like, does anyone know what he would do if he won? I think, okay, this is one thing that I will say that I realized recently. It's very possible QAnon comes back. If Trump wins, it's very possible. If they have 4 years of like, well, I don't have to deal with, because the reason Q left was because the Watkins, like, dad son duo, mainly Ron, egg on my face if you rest all the Democrat pedophile. Look, I'm willing to be owned about it too, okay? That is so, like, is there anyone, American polarization is so interesting as a Canadian. Because we are like one of the least electorally polarized countries in like the West, I feel like. Like anything goes. Anything can, like, voters really are like still in the spirit of, like, there's an adage, because the Liberal Party is our like dominant party. Like it was like 75% of the 20th century was liberal. That it's like a boomer joke is like, you know, you let the Liberals run for 8 years, and then people vote in the Conservatives, and then they're given a term to realize why they voted for the Liberals. Like that's the standard. Like Conservatives come in, the Tories, whatever Tory party exists at the time, and we're currently still like polarization is certainly growing, but like especially the New Brunswick results, where the like very explicitly anti like trans, like anti woke, like conservative government got just fucking destroyed. The NDP doesn't gain because they're an incompetent party. And Singh needs to resign because he's not good at. Like the liberals crushed here. Blaine Higgs was like doing like, you know, anti-trans stuff, like if there's a trans kid in like a school, you're legally required to out them to their parents, that sort of thing. He lost his seat. Like it was a +20 riding. We have ridings, right? Like it's the Westminster system for the Americans who don't know. The Liberals crushed, and the way that they crushed was not saying that they're a Liberal. Like Susan, she was like, we're just doing common sense stuff because the Liberal brand right now because of Trudeau. But like, despite that surge, like there is some partisan thing, which is that the northern part of New Brunswick is French. It's mainly Chiac, you know, like Acadian. They're like Cajuns. It's just, there's a link. They are like Liberal Party strongest soldier. Shiite, yeah. But then the Anglo portion is usually conservative. And the Anglo New Brunswick were like, we're done with this guy. There's a recent development that was interesting about an Angus Reid poll. Does Angus Reid, that's only Canadian, right? Does Angus Reid poll in America? The titular Angus from Angus Reid. It's an interesting development with this pollster, that there was this like really weird skewed trans poll that he ran that showed that like they didn't say the interview questions of like what are the questions, because the way that you phrase something is so important for these polls. But it came out, the polls seemed to show that both in Saskatchewan with Mo, who's a conservative premier who's been there for 15 years, as well as with, what's his name, in New Brunswick, that their policies were like supported. And like it turns out that that's not, people find it weird. And right now, what is it, like Saskatchewan? When is the Saskatchewan provincial election? The NDP might win Saskatchewan, which is crazy, because like some of the polls are showing that they win, although maybe this is not updated, because there's a couple ones I saw recently. But like this is how it's been for like the Saskatchewan party, which is like right-wing party, doing anti-trans panic or whatever, has been in power for like like 15 years. Like it's the longest premier. And there was some polling that showed that they were in trouble. Let me find it. Like people are saying the NDP might win. Which really shows you how like undepolarized Canada is. Because if you look at the federal level, everyone is like, no one wants to vote Liberal. Like it's all conservative. Which is interesting. Like the PEI is actually, what are they? Why does it not show it here? Isn't PEI conservative? Yeah. It's a fairly conservative. Daniel Smith is not doing very well. Like recently. Although I don't know. The Alberta NDP, like they could lose in the next election. It's certainly not a good thing for, I mean, it was like close over here. Some of these were like, Smith is not in all the best position. Especially if an election comes up again. I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting. Manitoba is like the only, even then they're kind of, Trudeau is being called to step down right now. It's a big thing in the party. I don't know. I actually wonder. The voter turnout for the provincial election was like 50%. It was not very good. Is she trying to restrict abortion access? I think they've been flirting with it for a little while now, but I don't think they're like, any party that doesn't want to be voted out immediately wouldn't do that. Because it's even more of a consensus here. And in general, conservatives lose when they're able to be contextualized as dangerous. One of the important parts of the Harper government was basically like him keeping all the insane people in his party in check, in order. Which is an interesting question for Canadian party elections it's up to the party. So I think in this case they would probably do the last one. It was based on like registered. They're much more like UK though. Like we have the Westminster system. She said Ron DeSantis was real. Yeah. I mean, these reactions are good. It's good that they like, because I see some people who are like, yay, the right should do more anti-trans panic. And it's like, buddy, I don't think so. I understand that it makes it less popular. But you should probably think about the concrete effect of that on, what do you say fuck me for? What did I do? But people are learning. Maybe conservatives are too stupid to pay attention. Polyev doesn't seem like he's stupid about this. Polyev understands that it's an insane, like it's not a winning issue. Because like his opinion about the puberty blocker ban in Alberta, I believe they banned it for like under 15s. Which also, hot take, by the way, maybe this isn't a hot take. Like puberty blockers aren't particularly good. They are the conservative concession. The better one is to just let someone transition when they want to and not have their puberty delayed. Like it sucks to just have that, like when it's like, no, I want to do this one. And it's like, no, you can't. You have to stay as you are now. Like puberty blockers are the conservative concession. What was I going to say? I can't remember what I was going to say. I'm gonna add that. It was something about we're banning the puberty blocker ban. Oh yeah, Poilievre's position was that Trudeau is like, it's bad that you do this. it's unconstitutional, whatever. And then Polyev said that Trudeau needed to butt out of provincial issues, where it's like, oh, that's a provincial, like he did the states' rights, like that's like the Trump. I mean, no, I guess it's not as like the Trump abortion thing is more when he's trying to skirt the argument. Trump is like, I think the states should do what they want to do. He did the Confederate meme, which is also a thing, like more like live mature. Many are saying this. Like Canada was a confederate. Are we still a confederation? Like the point is that all the provinces agree to things. Like to amend the Constitution, you need. Is it like 7 of 9? How many provinces do we have again? It's some high portion of the provincial governments agreeing. Canadians of the West speak French? No, not at all. Visit Quebec? Quebec speaks a lot of French. They've been known to speak French. You know who's extra funny in relation to this is Christy Clark, who is former like liberal premier of British Columbia, although she's not a liberal. Like the Liberal Party that used to exist here was much more right wing. But she's been like Clark is funny too because she's trying to do the like Polyev is bad. Like I'm as a proud liberal. When she was in power, she worked with Harper. And even like a couple years ago, she was like, we need to vote Trudeau out. You should support Polyev. Like she is, despite the party affiliation she had being Christy Clark, despite the party affiliation she has being liberal, like she is a conservative. So this pivot is really funny. One of many vultures circling around Trudeau and his prime ministership. She's like a neocon, yeah. I guess she didn't do like British Columbia doesn't have much say about foreign policy. But she's now going to Quebec to learn French because you need to be bilingual. I don't know if it's a law, but you do. Like if you want to be, especially a liberal, prime minister, like you need to be bilingual. So it's funny she's doing this now. Lazy queen. Honestly, I can't hate on it. Just learning French last minute. I made this joke before, but there was a French and an English debate in Canada for the leaders, and the Conservative Party is like a very firmly Anglo party. So like, Conservative leader debate. Like Polyev is fluent in French, but like most of this is during the Conservative leadership race.
Country, but tonight they mainly.
Oh no, this one is the previous one.
They hoped to speak
because the Conservatives have switched through.
Speak decent French. Results were mixed.
Ce soir, je vais faire des erreurs.
Malgré mon petit accent.
Je me présente
Comme Premier ministre, j'empêcherai.
The party says the candidates only knew the subjects in advance. Some leaned on their notes heavily.
Malgré interférence.
The two heaviest hitters in the race clashed repeatedly.
Monsieur McKay, j'ai une question pour vous, monsieur.
J'ai une question pour vous, monsieur.
Est-ce que vous êtes pro-choix ou pro-vie?
Not so much over policy.
Oui, j'ai beaucoup de...
As personality.
Monsieur McKay, en 2013...
toujours fâché.
En
oui,
2013,
j'ai voté, c'est le même vote de M. Kenny, votre ami.
Peter MacKay even threw in a swipe at Alberta's premier, which might play well for a Quebec audience, along with this attack on social conservative Derek Sloan.
Mr. Sloan, d'être gay.
Mr. Sloan, being gay is not a choice.
Nécessaire de comprendre ça.
Afterwards, Aaron O'Toole spelled out his position on abortion.
It is a right for women to make that decision.
So yeah, it's great. But like having this level of French and then trying to be like a liberal leader, d'être gay. Actually, is it Québécois? It is gay. Don't they say gay? They added a French Canada translation. D'être gay. Actually, is it the same? Yeah, it's homosexual. French Quebec, like Quebecois French is so interesting because it has a lot of like older anglicisms. Like car is shot. Oh, is that true? Did they say voiture? My understanding is they said char, which is like tank. It's like chariot. It is char. That's what I thought. It's char. Okay, so this is wrong. They're incorrect. Fact check. But then like in French they say like le weekend, but then it's like prochaine fin de semaine. Because a lot of like newer anglicisms in French France, like Quebec is like very guarded about French. So they're like, we're not going to adopt those. We're going to make our own. So they have like older anglicisms that French doesn't have. But then newer ones that it does have, they don't have. Like, isn't it le test instead of examen? Oh. It's funny. It's a silly situation. English? I think isn't that what they call it? Le badge is very silly. That one is funny. Chiec is great. Chiec is cool. Ordinateur? That's what I was taught in like... T'es woke, toi? That's a classic. Like parents for the French language, which is funny because the French is like that too, but they're like, it's more. Actually, does it have like tabarnak? I assume it does. Like, what does it say fuck is? Tabarnak. What would it translate like hostie? I wonder what it... Is it hostie? How do you spell that? I don't know how to... I can barely spell in English. I can't spell in French. Calice de tabarnak. It's funny that it's all religious words. It just doesn't translate it. Maybe this is washed. What is gay? Do we want to look? We're looking at what gay. We're looking at gay porn. Porno gay. Porno gay. Yeah, tabernacle. The chalice. Is hostie the like wafer? It's a very I mean, Quebecois society was very dominated by the church up until like the 60s. Is the host, right? That's the wafer, isn't it? Yeah, the bread. It's the wafer. Is it a wafer? Is it not a wafer? It looks like a wafer to me. But yes, being in like the English, or being in like the French liberal leadership debate and being like, je voudrais si l'emploi de gaz est fin, est terminé, would be like very embarrassing. But you know, go off, Queen. Sure, you could embarrass yourself. I said that she was gonna be Canadian Hillary Clinton, and some Canadian liberal, like actual like Canadian, like there's a difference between Canadian lowercase L liberal and uppercase L, because we have like the party. Like people who like the party said that I was being sexist because they actually have nothing in common. It's like I'm starting to think people don't understand. It's like I did mean it in this. I don't know French. I don't speak French. I did mean it in the sexist way insofar as she is a woman who's kind of annoying and who, if she was running against Polyev, would lose. That is the only sense in which I really mean it. And she's like the conservative wing, or I guess at the time, it's fair to say that Clinton was like one in the more kind of conservative wing of the Dem Party. Both are women. I don't. It's true. I am well aware of who Christy Clark is. she ran my province, the province I lived in when I was a child. Yeah, because she has won elections. That is true. She's different than Clinton in that respect. It's so funny. She didn't even endorse the NDP. I've heard about the Montreal stuff. Is there an election coming up soon? The mayor of Montreal stepped down. What is the story there? Does he want to run? Or he's stepping down? Valerie or she? Wow, sexism. Le sexisme. Maybe I am sexist. I thought the mayor of Montreal was a dude. Maybe is she more recent? When did she win? Oh, since 2017. Oh, okay, I'm silly. I mean, that she won't run again. I do wonder, like it's clear that the Liberal Party needs new blood. Like the higher level federal liberals are just not doing it. It's just not working. Je voudrais d'être la tradition. Yeah. I guess she didn't want it being associated with her because it was like a hot take, but it was interesting hearing on the when we did the election stream, the take that like right now the Liberals don't want a leadership race because they don't want to clarify their position on Gaza. So that is really interesting. I find that such a compelling point because right now they're kind of like just it's like that's the Liberal position on Israel is like, but it's just defend itself. Like essentially, like they don't want to make much noise about it. But like obviously, if there was a leadership race, there's going to be someone who is like at least being like Israel, like Netanyahu is bad, and we need an adversarial relationship to his like expanded invasion, like a now invasion of Lebanon as well. Then it's like, what do all the other people say? It's a very interesting point because I remember reading something about like their plan was basically to do the Kamala thing of just like small election among Liberal members of Parliament. Because I don't think that there's a procedure they have to stick to, right? For like electing a leader, they can kind of do whatever they want. Of just like just very quietly, kind of like we select this person, and then moving on. I can't remember where I saw that tweet. But that would be very interesting. Also, folks, if you like the stream, you should subscribe. We have lots of cool emotes, and you should give me money if you enjoy it. I'm trying to get to the 70-30 split, so tier 1s, 2s and 3s appreciated. And also just, you know, I feel like Mike is good at doing this. For Mike viewers, pretend that I'm doing it the way that he does. Oh, is it ad time? I forgot to do that. I'm sorry, chat.
I am gay.
Someone subscribed. Delia, thank you. Am I pronouncing that right? I assume it's not Delia. Maybe it is. I guess that is just a name. Okay, I'm gonna run an ad break because I'm silly. Maybe I wait 15 minutes. My thoughts on Doug Ford is that it's insane that it is the way that it is there.
Community.
Oh, this is interesting. This is much better than the provincial Ontario NDP who kicked out what is her name? One of their like members of parliament. Delia? Okay.
The global community is shocked. This week, Israeli Minister Ben-Gvir called for Gaza to
Gemma?
be emptied of Palestinians. He also called for expanding illegal settlements in Gaza. In fact, his colleague, Minister Smotrich, said that starving civilians is justified. Shameful. Enough is enough. What will it take for the Prime Minister to impose severe sanctions on Netanyahu and his extremist ministers?
That's good.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the violence in the Middle East.
I'm actually very curious about, because Trudeau is going to be like, I think that violence. I personally have an anti-violence position. I think that all of the violence should stop. The violence going one way, and then the violence the other way as well. Like that's my prediction here. Cold Eagle, thank you for the prime. When are posting a sub? I don't know. I don't have the juice right now.
Needs to end. It cannot continue to see civilians killed, innocents wiped out, communities destroyed. We need to make sure there is a ceasefire in Gaza and in Lebanon. We need to see the path once again towards a two-state solution where a peaceful Israel lives alongside a peaceful Palestinian state. That is Canada's position. That continues to be what we fight for every single day, to bring a global consensus together, to protect lives, to get humanitarian aid in, to release hostages, and to end this conflict once and for all.
That was, it is interesting. How many weapons contracts does Canada still have? Because I know there was a couple that went down. Like, they canceled like 30. Do they not clap in British Parliament? It's a bit more polite.
Of Palestinians. He also called.
Honestly, I'm surprised at how not both sides that was. It really is. The public opinion really is changing. But obviously, the difference is that he doesn't want to do anything.
Towards a two-state.
Yeah, I guess the left wing, the actual left wing line is sanctions now.
Solution where a peaceful Israel.
That is, which Canada has weapons. Yes, unfortunately, Canada has given billions of dollars in arms to states like Saudi Arabia, for instance.
Israel lives alongside a peaceful Palestinian state. That is Canada's position. That continues to be what we fight for.
It is obviously slightly different, just insofar as Canada is a smaller state and has less. Polyev is very hawkish about Zionism. Polyev, conservative leader guy, was saying like Israel should attack, like disable Iran's ability to have nukes, like any sort of nuclear attack.
Every single day to.
So that is a very clear distinction. Although, yeah, it is slightly different insofar as like Trudeau, unlike Biden, could not end the conflicts in this week. Right, like Biden continues to sit on like the insane amount of leverage. Like Israel depends on America. 70% of its arms in 70% of its arms import comes from America, and then like 29% of it comes from Germany, and then 1% for everyone else. So it is slightly different in that sense. But it's clear, like, he doesn't want to commit to... Like, we still do sell arms to Israel. Fact-checking myself. Where's the... Oh, it's more roundabout of, like, refuses to commit on U.S. sale of Canadian-made weapons to Israel. That would, like, we're part of the... Which is interesting, too, because, like, at the level of Canadian arms exports, that's, like, somewhat symbolic. I mean, obviously, any amount of weapons that Israel doesn't have is good, you know. But, yeah, Trudeau, it's clear that they don't want to develop their position, develop an actual position on this, other than, like, sorry to hear that. Make the little armed Israeli jeeps. Armed little jeeps Israel uses in London. In Ontario. I assume that's the same, like, there was an image of, like, the Shia minority in Saudi Arabia, like important, like, community leaders being, like, pushed into vans and jeeps, and it was like, that's a Canadian jeep that we sold to them. Which actually, I think, does show you the Trudeau position on this, because the arms deal we did to Saudi Arabia was organized under Harper, and then the government changed, and then Trudeau could have canceled it, but he was like, oh, we don't want to, we made this commitment. We would look bad for Canada if we agreed to do something and then we cancel it. Which probably shows you what it is here. Of like, oh, if America wants to buy our Jeeps and then send them to Israel, who are we to say? Yeah. So it's not. I mean, what is I want to see the Polyev Israel one. He's quite hawkish. He's
the Jewish people.
I actually don't know the date of this.
People who live as the same people on the same land, worshiping the same faith in the same language as 3,000 years ago.
Polyev is not Jewish, no. Is he? No, he's not. Polyev is French. Oh, he was raised in Alberta. Alberta is like more sort of trad Catholic politics. So I guess it makes sense that the Alberta conservatives are more like bloodthirsty.
There have been
Oh, did the ads finally? I'm sorry. I forgot about them, and then I was trying to. Okay, I'll just put an hour timer now.
I am gay.
For the ads, I forgot to do it on the top of the hour before. Alexandria, thank you for the Prime. Yes, if you would like to not have ads, you should give me money. He's adopted, yes.
Monsters of all shapes and sizes and types who have attempted to destroy the Jewish people, but they have never succeeded.
You should follow me on Discord too. It'll ping you when I go live.
The Israeli people are eternal in the
Any gifters in chat?
defense of their homeland, of their faith, and their culture. One of my greatest memories was taking Shabbat with a rabbi from London, Ontario, who had made Aliyah and gone to Israel, and his 7 kids sitting there singing the same beautiful songs that would have been sung on that same land 3 millennia earlier.
He's one of the guys who's like, isn't it so cool that they're doing that? Like, he's very enthusiastic about it. He sounds like Ben Shapiro or sort of a Bill Maher situation. I don't remember. You certainly.
I am gay.
No, he's not Jewish. Polyev is not Jewish. Bald Shells, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, sorry, I'll type this. I usually do ad break at a scheduled time where I'm not in the middle of a sentence, but I forgot. Sorry. Maybe the ads are ended by now, but oh well. What is it? More recent one of Polyev on Israel? 'Cause I know he just said like, yeah, no, Iran. They should disable Iranian. Like he welcomes the idea. This is from Living L'Haim.
Iran was remote controlling Hamas and ensuring that the Palestinian people would not be able to build a brighter.
It does seem like, I think Polyev is someone who like. It's one of the like more. I guess he isn't particularly a hardcore Christian.
As long as Israel was next door, living in peace and harmony, and it was fear that
But he's real into it.
discord would come to an end, and that hope would take root.
He looks like Timu Ben Shapiro, yeah.
That most terrified the regime in Iran, and so they orchestrated the attack. The Hamas leaders
What should we do for 800 subs? Maybe Balatro stream? Do you want to watch me play Balatro? Did I spell that right?
Traveled to Tehran, they got funding and weapons from Tehran, and ultimately coordination. I'm sorry, but I refuse to believe that ragtag terrorists in Gaza were able to accumulate all of those weapons and all of that intelligence and coordination on their...
Intelligence and coordination is interesting, as if like the Iranian state has infiltrated Israeli intelligence. I'm sorry. Yeah, with the classic Canadian.
Their own. This was an outside job.
Ixo, thank you for the prime. An outside job is so cool. Al-Aqsa Storm was an outside job. An outside job. That sounds like some freaky shit that a bisexual woman does to you that you didn't even know existed. Yeah, she gave me that outside job. I'm sorry. I would like to apologize. It costs extra. If you'd like to subscribe, there's a hype train coming up maybe. What else is going on? Someone asked what my bookmarks are. I don't have any sex bookmarks. I don't jerk off on Twitter, I'm sorry. Where's bookmarks? It's honestly maybe generally things that I bring up on stream.
I am gay.
Cubs Fanatic, thank you for the tier 1. I don't know why I bookmarked this. I think I wanted to make like a joke equivalent. Thank you for Cubs Fanatic. When I'm reading, I don't know why I bookmarked this either. I know why I bookmarked this. This one is really funny. I think we reacted to this already. This is one of the funniest videos I've ever seen in my life. Because it's like I understand Matt Iglesias, you know, he's not a good, but like, he's not the boss. Like, he's not in charge of anything. He's just an annoying asshole.
Fossil fuel funded lie, the fracking of methane, the future of our world. How do you prove savings between two of the worst hurricanes?
But he also just loves attention. Like, he has like a humiliation thing or something. So someone like being mad about him like this, he's like, I'm important.
Milton is on the doorstep.
It's like the best day of his life.
We cannot afford this. So what do you say?
Meets the country's national security needs, its economic needs. That
Okay, how do you mean?
He's doing the annoying like liberal.
Economic.
It's amazing. From the makers of the Canada-America trade war, or the Canada-America. It's a Freudian slip. The America-China trade war is more important than climate change. Oh, and then this is like crazy, right? This is crazy. Oh, the Tim Pool thing is also super funny. This is insane. Like, what do you mean? You can't do this again. You can't do this again, man. Come on. Like, you're jinxing it. Is the Tim Pool one a fake out? I think he was just being dramatic because he didn't like his employees. He was like unhappy with them. He was having like an Ethan Klein moment.
Has come to a head. We finally make the decision. Maybe we should just take care of ourselves and stop pushing as hard as we can to the point where our heads are going to explode and our eyes pop out of our heads. And that's what happens yesterday when we're at a point where I don't want to put my family at risk. And
he does not have a family, right? Like, is he single?
And there's limited things I'm willing to say because of the psychopaths who threaten us every single day and the very serious threats that we do receive almost every
It's so awesome, man.
single day. But as I mentioned, we've talked about it. We worked through as much as we can. And I think largely due to the response from our loyal fans, members, viewers, and
He's taking a break to find a girlfriend, which is awesome.
And some friends and family. We'll make it work to the best of our abilities.
Cooks, doers,
So with that being
Nugfay.
said, it's kind of the weirdest way to announce that I'm pursuing
Touch is so cool.
my family life to the best of my abilities. And I will stress too, one of the most frustrating things about comments, for instance, I know not to read the comments. I know that half of them are just stupid and half of them are great, but it really does sting when for the past several years there are people saying, haha, Tim, you don't have any children, why aren't you married? And the reality is because I'm sacrificing to try and make this work and produce something that I think is valuable to people.
It's awesome.
And it comes to a point where I said, why
taking 100. Honestly, what if the existential crisis here is the fact that he's not getting the Russia money anymore? And he's like, who would ever want to fuck me if I wasn't making like $500,000 a month?
should I, when I should just do what any good man?
This is a real crisis. I agree. He's being annoying about it. Like this is clearly not like, sometimes people will do this of like pretending to quit when they're not to like generate money or something. Like he is presumably pretending to quit, but for a different reason.
Man would do and have my family. Well, we'll try to do it all.
It's why they give him so much money. Honestly, the real hot take about this, we had Ken Klippenstein on to the QA pod to talk about this, and he makes a good point of like, they're not good at foreign interference. Like, they're not good at it. They don't understand how to do it. They're not like.
So that is the big.
They have a shit ton of money because they're like a fairly large state. It's so much money. It really is remarkable that it was like, here's 100,000 to keep it going, to keep doing what you're doing. I would honestly probably say that like the Russian like agents, whatever, who were a part of it, probably just wanted to be able to tell their bosses like, yeah, we are paying this guy a certain amount of money to do pro-Russia stuff, and then the bosses would be like, that's great, you did it.
Big announcement.
That's
and,
what we wanted.
We will do what we can to make this show continue functioning and working.
Jenny Twelfgage,
It may
thank you
mean
for
that
the
we won't
gift
have
sub.
guests on Friday, but Fridays will be crew shows where members, Timcast crew members and other people will join the show as our guest. Maybe some people will join as guests who are locals and live nearby, but there will be some reduction. But the show will continue. With that being said,
He was also complaining about one of his staff members not like getting the camera right in time or something.
the reason I decided to make the announcement, knowing that there will be security ramifications, is because I feel like I owe it to all of you who watch the show, the millions who have supported all of the content that I've produced and allowed me to live
I should do a daily sub goal. Maybe that works better than
this life. It's not fair just to abruptly shut it down, disappear, and then go and live my own life. I think there's a way we can try and make it work. And all the stress.
So yeah, that's awesome. He's going through a midlife crisis, which also, by the way, is what's happening with Trudeau, I think. Like, Trudeau still refuses to step down. He's been confronted by like, is it like 30 odd PMs or MPs, members of parliament, to step down in a private caucus meeting. They gave him a deadline of like end of October, which is silly because they can't. There's no enforcement mechanism. I honestly think petition from Liberals urge secret ballot on Justin Trudeau leadership. That'd be interesting. And the interesting component of this about like all the MPs wanting him to step down is like they like Trudeau, I think, broadly. Like, Trudeau is like the glue of the modern Liberal Party, but they just see like they're gonna lose their seats if he's still the prime minister, if he's still the leader of the party. So it's like, but honestly, I think the reason Trudeau isn't stepping down is because he's going through a midlife crisis. Like, he's divorced now. Like, what would he do afterwards? Like, his life is being the leader of Canada. Who takes his spot? That's another uncertainty, is like, what if the person who takes his spot also sucks? Which is an interesting question. It's not impossible. And then obviously, like, if someone eats shit in their like place, in Trudeau's place, then their career is basically over as well. So I don't like it's a. Your sound whether Marchand or Crosby should be Team Canada's captain and nation face-off is deafening. I think it should be Steve Nash. Best Canadian hockey player. We don't have term limits. You can go for as long as you want. It should be Crosby. Elizabeth, she knows how soccer, how the sports ball, the sports puck. She's experienced on that. I trust her. I'll vote for Crosby. Oh, is there a sports puck going on? What else is happening, chat? What else is going on? Let me look at the things I'm tweeting about. Everyone hates Marchand. That's another hockey player, I assume? Oh, you know what's interesting? Japan is going to the polls soon, aren't they? Like the Lib Dem, calling them the Lib Dems is really funny. Are not doing so hot. They're not doing as well, aren't they? Oh, we're gonna watch the iDubbbz. Oh yeah. GP maintain solid hold on youth that already look like old men. That is crazy. That is Draco Malfoy. That's not fuck you. That's Draco Malfoy. Okay, someone made the joke already. It literally, that's like shocking. It's shocking. It feels so on the nose too. Like the Draco character having just like bleached white hair. Link Lauren is a ridiculous name. Yeah. Oh, is that what he looks like? That's kind of funny. That is not what his profile. That is not what Sirius profile looks like. That is not how he presents himself online. I was added to a group chat with CJ Pearson in 2019, maybe. I think I asked him to say trans rights are human rights, and he said, "I think everyone should have rights." I thought that was very brave of him to say. I'm late to mouse school. Oh yeah, I saw that because people kept saying Levegar under it and tagging me. Because someone tweeted that they were. That is my. If I were to be a furry, it would be mouse. I think we've decided it would be a mouse. I would be a mouse. My persona. I'm very mousy as well in terms of my vibe. I think it was my like growing up, my grandma would be like, "You're like a mouse," because you just like I walk really quietly, and I just like snacks. Like I like nibbling on something. I don't eat all that much at the same time. It's a very mouse. I'm late for mouse school. Yeah. No, it's a similar thing going on. For walking, I think it's an autism thing, because it's like the sensation. You like go on the balls of your feet. That's a sensory thing. Also, you should subscribe. We haven't gotten that many subscriptions today. You do it and you're not autistic. Well, it also just, it feels good to walk on the balls of your feet. Maybe you don't have autism. You have the thing where people like doing things that feels good. That's my diagnosis for you. Surely not. We can watch this. I've always said this before, because I saw that tweet of that like person with any pronouns in their bio, and someone was like, "You'll never be a woman," and they were like, "I'm a biological female." That's usually the response people have for Imani Khalif, that's her name, yeah. Of like, well, she's a real woman actually because of biology. And it's like, well, that's great. It's cool that even when like I guess what you could say are like intersex cis women. I don't know if that's an oxymoron. Are like targeted by anti-trans stuff. They're like even when we're in an alliance, it's the response is like, I'm not. No, I'm not with them. You have me confused. Which I think is unfortunate, obviously. And I think it was unfortunate that like anyone who articulated that online, it was like, shut the fuck up. Because that's generally the case with trans women. Is no one, people don't listen to our concerns. But that one, the other thing was interesting. The any pronoun, like I'm a biological female thing. Because I've been saying this again and again about like there is a divide in the trans community, like broadly speaking. And like some trans women are neurotic about this and they say dumb things about it. About like it's about people who don't medically transition. Or it's like, oh, it's about non-binary people and then us. Which is not the case. The actual distinction is people who think that sex is immutable. Because there's a group of trans people who are like, as an AFAB, because that explains who I am. That explains my social sexual position. It's like, no, it doesn't. As an AMAB, a lot of, I think I saw that recently of someone talking about how like, non-binary person talking about like, the expectation of AMABs versus AFABs. And it's like, you're not talking about the correct thing. Like you can change your sex. You can change like the sexual placement you exist within. The stuff about like non-binary people referring to their assigned gender as if it's their like assigned gender at birth, as if it is like a reflection of how people treat them now, is an ambivalence about the social sexual category they've been placed within. Which not to say that it's fake. It's not to say like, oh, you don't actually feel bad about it. Of course that's not the case. It's to say that there's like a lack of understanding about how that can change. Yeah, so that's the actual real distinction, is if you see people referring to sex as this immutable thing that you're assigned when you pop out of the womb, and then that's it. You can talk about people's assignments in that case as indicative of how they're treated socially, about how they're placed socially in terms of sexual and gender categories. Then like that group of, I can't remember how I said the sentence, that group of trans people is like different from us and not good. There are people who believe this and are also transsexually. Like they change their sex and then they're like, as an AFAB, and they still do it. And it's like, that's, the distinction isn't actually medically transitioning and not medically transitioning either. It is that specific attitude. And overwhelmingly that attitude is like trans misogynistic, right? It's against trans women specifically, where it's like you have all the bad parts of being a woman. And then it's like none of the like, well, I am just, I need to be protected because of my biology. And it's like, no, you also have bad associations about being like a sexual predator and like a male. And there are parts of the trans community that still perpetuate those sort of beliefs. People being like, what's the problem with AFAB only housing? Like, it's a real concrete thing. It's not an online thing. Like, trans women die over this sort of thing. It's like a question of the community and who get, it's a question of like, in some cases, who gets housing, right? It's like, it is very serious. AFAB is assigned female at birth, and then AMAB is assigned male at birth. Sometimes you'll get trans people who refer to their sex and their sexual placement as like assigned female birth or assigned male at birth, failing to realize that like a lot of the times someone can be assigned male at birth and then be treated as a female in terms of that sexual social category, for instance. That it's ambiguous as people are born, because like intersex people, for instance, but then it's also like you can change it. This is why we should bring back MTF and FTM. See you, Elizabeth. You gotta bring back MTF and FTM. Male to female, right? That's good. Because that's how it works. That's the point. I remember seeing there's that like, it's the Family Guy sketch about the Zach app. Thank you for the raid. The Family Guy sketch about, is it like Quagmire's mom, like, you know, realizes she's trans and then she goes into an operation and she comes out like completely female. Like that is indicative of like an older image of trans people, and people were like obsessed with that, right? And the social implications of what it means to change someone's sex. But then you had this weird change and like obviously it's not that thing was not good. A lot of people were uncomfortable with the idea that you could change your sex. It's really scary. But like woke cis people have come up with like a response to that, which is like, no, sex is like it's essential. You can't change it at all. It's your gender that changes. So like trans women are biologically males and they always will be. And you know, like people who say that and are like, no, but sex is different than gender. They still believe that social behavior is driven by sex. They still believe that it's biological, but they're like, but you know, it's not, you know, that's really what they fundamentally mean. And you see like most cis people equate sex and gender just in like casual conversation, including people who say stuff like this, right? They'll equate like women with having periods. Like that is, they see the world through these two sexual categories, right? Like just, you know, at a basic, like when they're not focusing on an issue at an unreflexive level, that is how everyone is taught to see the world. Like I certainly see the world in a lot of cases in that way. Like it's hard not to. That is how people present to you, and their behavior like is partially a reflection of how they're treated in that way. There'll be no. Do you guys not like the Wordle games? What's wrong with? Do people not like the Wordle games? I want to pull it because if people don't like it, I won't play it. Where's the poll? Do you like Wordle games? Yes, no. So we're gonna do an anonymous ballot. Helligate Jamie, thank you. And of course, I will be paying attention to. You think that you're spoiling the games. You gotta play them before. You gotta get up early. Gotta get up early and play Connections before I do. Okay, people like them, I guess. Travel pissed me off. I still haven't done them yet. You go to bed at 4 a.m. All right. Well, you gotta get some melatonin and reset your sleep schedule, unless that's a product of your work, in which case, I'm sorry to hear that. But otherwise, it pays to have a good sleep schedule. Play old school RuneScape. I play it every once in a while. I used to play it because I liked, like, I would go insane if I wasn't working on something, and so it felt like I was working on something, but I wasn't like getting burnt out doing it. But I'm less insane about that now. Talks about differences in pain relief. Unable men and women. I will tell you, like anecdotally, that my pain tolerance is much higher on estrogen. I think that's a biological thing, but it's an endocrine thing. I'm fairly certain it's estrogen. Levels of estrogen promote less pain perception in females. So it's pretty easy to develop like a functional definition of male and female in this case, which is a specific sexual trait, which is hormone levels. That's the thing about the male-female distinction, is that it's a little bit arbitrary sometimes. Like it is a spectrum fundamentally. There's a lot of traits that we see as male that like cisgender women have, and vice versa. And like I'm neither of those things. I don't fit either of those categories. It is I don't know. I don't really know I shouldn't get into intrinsic discourse because it's not. Someone was saying, and maybe this is like I have a crooked finger here. Can you see it? Like this one. is crooked. So I need to get rid of this the thing. I need to get rid of this nail. It's over. It's like hanging by a strand. People were saying that was an XXY thing, or that was not a comorbidity. Which I guess I've never gotten my chromosomes tested. I don't know why you would. I mean, surely there's a reason why you would in some cases. Fingers only do that when they're very stressed. I actually have no clue why that is. I think my dad has one as well. Maybe it's because I definitely had a weak puberty. Like, I'm as tall as my sister is. We're the exact same height. It's funny. No, it's not finger length. I have the male, the average, regular, normal male finger like length difference thing. So I don't know. Maybe we should watch this now because I'm running out of things to talk about. I actually do think this is true, right? Like I made a tweet about this. I talked about it on the podcast. I think he's like advertising his website. It is truly remarkable that he keeps doing it. Because it looks it looks embarrassing. I wonder if he's doing it to spite people now. I wonder if it's a spite thing. Because people say it's like just... What did Tim Walz say? It's like a dipshit. It's crazy they're not bringing him out more. It really does show you like how weird the Kamala campaign is about like not wanting him to steal her spotlight. I found like this was interesting. This was interesting. Because obviously like the purely from a strategic standpoint, like Walz's response to this, I found like was probably much better than if Kamala was asked.
The Cheney thing.
Which also it's great. It's nice to see, like Stewart is like an actual like liberal. He isn't like one that like some people are liberal based upon their existence within the power structure. Like, oh, it's like I'm a bit more left to the other one. There's no like ideological commitment to the liberal project. I think that Stewart is one of the... Same with like Tennessee Coates is another example. Probably more Tennessee Coates, philosophically.
We have to do that?
Look, it goes broader than that. Look, Bernie Sanders, Dick Cheney, Taylor Swift.
No.
That one. Oh, the shooting?
No.
Having the Cheneys on board?
Nah. You can't Dick Cheney or Taylor Swift. Nah.
We're a big tent.
What country did Taylor Swift get us to invade? No.
Yeah. No, don't you think though that, and I do this, I believe this.
Yeah.
There is still a core group of folks out there. You know, your point being, and not joke that.
Which this is bullshit, by the way. There is no data to support this assumption. The Kamala campaign just thought maybe it would probably be true.
Don't tread on me, the Reagan piece of this, the libertarian piece, but the constitutional piece.
Yes.
There are a lot of people out there. I think Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney give permission to those folks who want to find a reason to do the right thing. It doesn't.
That's a great response, though. I think it's like purely from a strategic perspective. I'm doing an election autism thing. It's bullshit. It's stupid. It's not true. But as a politician getting a hard question and weaseling his way out of it,
I mean, they agree with this. We're not.
I remember watching this and thinking like Kamala would have fucked that question up so badly.
Going to take their.
I actually don't know if she's
foreign policy decisions and discussions, and implement those.
Like all the softball interviews I've seen with Kamala on these sort of things, like she's not been able to answer basic questions about like what is the raison d'etre of your like campaign? Like what is the point of doing this? And she's like, I think that Americans in America, like like they don't have a message. And actually the thing that I thought of was the town hall she did, where someone asked you know, the lady, we watched this, the lady who was like, my mom died because she doesn't have citizenship. She's an immigrant, and the citizenship process was too late, and she didn't have access to healthcare. And Kamala's response was like, we're solving the border issue. 2 years ago, I tried to pass the bipartisan border bill, you know, that tried to make it so that it was even slower, so that she would be less.
Answer as soon as you ask it about a specific policy issue sometimes, because I'm going to want to research it. I'm going to want to study it.
I think she's washed. I do think she's washed. There was a moment there for a little bit where it was like, is she not washed? And then it's like, I think she's washed. I think she's not a good, I think she's not a good politician. I think there's a reason why she dropped out so early in the 2020 race. Before 2020, didn't she drop out in 2019?
Kind of a nerd sometimes.
I think she might be washed.
This question very broadly speaking here.
Sure.
Do you believe that transgender Americans should have access to gender-affirming care in this country?
I believe we should follow the law.
She's
I
so
mean, I
washed.
think you're probably pointing to the fact that Donald Trump's
What does that even mean?
campaign
What does that even mean?
has spent tens of millions of
It's not a legal question. You can get estrogen. It's not illegal to have without a prescription. It is not a regulated substance.
They're trying to define you on this.
Yes,
I'm asking
yeah.
you to define yourself, though. Just broadly speaking, what is your value? Do you believe?
The line about stop picking on some marginalized group, let them do their thing, is like, especially among Democrat voters, is a winning line. We know this. We have data to support
they should
this.
have that access. I believe that people, as the law states, even on this issue about federal law, that is
The
a decision
law?
that doctors will make in terms of what is medically necessary. I'm not going to put myself in the position of a doctor.
Which means there aren't more, but I don't know. I actually don't know. The question of like why, this is also the case with like the Liberal Party, and we'll see if like Trudeau steps down and they have like a new election race or whatever. The more I think about that, the more Trudeau stepping down, and then them. Someone asked this question before. The Canadian system is not like the American one. Like right now, Biden is the president, and he's not running to be the Democratic nominee. Like in the Canadian system, Trudeau would step down and not be the PM, and then the new leader would be the PM, Prime Minister, and then the election would happen. Him stepping down later, you would want it to be clarified. I think that's the general idea. You want like an actually long, like you want some sort of leadership race where they select someone they're confident in, and they get like, I guess so. I think so. Because the latest that the next election could happen is like, and they could also call a newer. Yeah, asking Campbell how well that went. That's what I was thinking about. What was the Kim Campbell leadership race like? I actually don't know, because that was 2011. I was like 13. I was not paying attention. Like, what was the Liberal leadership race? Was it just among? For those of you who don't know, Canada did have. We have had a woman prime minister, but it was, who was before Campbell? Sorry, no, I wasn't thinking of Kim. I was thinking of someone else. I was thinking of Kim Campbell is the progressive conservative who ate shit. Who's our? Am I just mixing two things up? Canada did have a woman. No, sorry. I don't know why I was thinking. I don't know why I was. It's a Biden moment again. I had another Biden moment. This was in the 80s. Sorry. We had. Although this is a different situation though with Kim Campbell. This was the old Canadian Conservative Party. That got destroyed by the Reform Party. Who Why did he resign? I guess he was just Mulroney was just unpopular. There was a specific scandal with Mulroney, wasn't there? Conservative prime minister resigned. Then the Conservatives had a leadership race. I guess it was quite small. The first ballot. I guess I'm on the thing that describes it. And then she becomes our first women leader. Actually, not first woman head of state, because Canada has had a woman head of state for fucking 70 years or whatever, because it's the monarchy, the queen. But first woman prime minister, and then she ate shit. It was like the end of the Progressive Conservative Party. And they had to merge into the more right-wing party, the Reform Party. That was the coalition that Harper would get elected on, if you remember him. New polling research. People deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Republican candidates are using anti-trans rhetoric. Political attacks against the transgender community have gotten mean-spirited and out of hand. Like, you don't... The base... This 8, 14, and 13% are already voting Republican. It's just... It's a very silly... Like, they've still yet to understand this as an issue. What was the other one where it was, like... They polled, like, men on certain issues? And the 3 lowest concerned issues were transgender issues, cryptocurrency, and what was the other one? I can't even remember it. Like, no one gives a shit. Like, for better or for worse, no one cares. No one gives a shit. They won't show up to support trans people, really, all that much. And also, they won't show up to, like, to harm trans people. It's both of those things. But, yeah, I don't... A part of it, I will say, it's like, you know what the inverse of this is? I'm going to do a radical, like a enlightened centrist take about both sides. During the provincial election, the Conservative Party is like a batshit insane party that only became popular because of the name recognition of conservatives. And a bunch of their candidates said some insane evil shit about like the Sandy Hook massacre being a false flag, like QAnon being real, climate change not existing. And during an exit poll, and the NDP made that a big thing, a part of the election race, was like, look at Rustad, look at the Conservatives, look at how they want to disavow this candidate who said all these bad things. And that was like an important part of the race for them. And then there was an exit poll, and this is especially emphasized because no one pays attention to provincial politics, so they didn't really think all that much about who they were voting for individually. There's an exit poll about that asked people who were voting how important were individual statements from, individual candidates. Basically, how important was that sort of scandal? And most people didn't care about it, or most people said that didn't affect how they were voting. This is to say that it's a thing that from the left you'd be like, well, surely people would care about this. Surely that would be important. Because, it's important to me. Even though the data wouldn't necessarily support it, surely, and then it turns out that no one gives a shit. This is to say that it's an equivalent, the right-wing equivalent of that is all these insane, homophobe, transphobe, neurotic people who hate any violation of the social order. They're going insane about it. They're like, okay, but surely it works though. Do you see the things they're doing? It's disgusting, folks. You can't do that. Surely people will, and then it's no one gives a shit. No one actually cares. Which of course is to say, obviously, being transgender and being a thing climate change are both equal, morally speaking. That is the moral of the story that I'm trying to say. I've read it in notes. I read it a couple years ago. But it just continues to show that it doesn't work, but they can't help themselves. This is interesting. Oh, it's more Iran than it is. Began their attacks using Russian satellite data. The Russian influence here is interesting, because my understanding was that Russia was trying to be fairly neutral. Like, the Russian position was like, but I guess geopolitically, like, Netanyahu has tried to gain more support from Russia, but it's not working, especially because of the Russia-Iran sort of combo. Obviously, geopolitics is complicated. One of the reasons for, like, Israel has been neutral, basically, on Ukraine-Russia war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is because a lot of people in Israel, like, they or their, like, you know, father, grandfather, etc., like, came from Russia and Ukraine. You know, a lot of Jewish people in Eastern Europe. I'm trying to remember what the dynamic there is in relation to, because I know Zelensky has continually tried to court Israel as an ally, and he like he's also Jewish, of course. Maybe not, of course. He's Jewish because, you know, people know he's Jewish as a Jewish. Not of course in the sense. Okay. Anyways, I didn't. Okay. Moving on. He went to Israel and then compared the Russian invasion to the Holocaust, I think. And they were like really mad, obviously. Like, it pissed him. He didn't do it very well.
I'm gay.
Talk with Tatsu. Yeah, thank you for the gift sub. I hope that's unrelated to the timing of that. Not a Vulcan moment. That's not true.
I'm gay.
Did it double alert you? That's cool. If you would like to if you would like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. I don't know. Do you guys care about a Balatro stream? Maybe you don't. That's cool. I see its feathers. What dinosaur was this? I assume this was one of the smaller theropods, like the raptorial theropods. If you're doing a balancing act, trying to court Israel to his side and not pissing off Global South too much, that's interesting. But my understanding was that the Russian position was kind of, I guess like Netanyahu has been trying to court Russia, I guess. That's her way too. It's look, birds are dinosaurs. We need more people need to talk about this. Feathers are a dinosaur ass thing to have. Didn't Ukraine recognize Palestine as a state? There you go. Palestine Ukraine emojis on Twitter continue to win. The most powerful emoji combo is Palestine, Ukraine, China. Like, that's the goated. That's how you know you're getting. What does Israel get out of Russia? Someone to buy weapons from, who is not the United States, because they don't want to be entirely dependent on the United States, because that's, you know, being a client state isn't fun, because when your papa state tells you do something, you kind of have to. Can't Azerbaijan do that? Do what? Sell them arms? Well, the thing about it is, like, Biden could just put, like, he could make an actual red line, but he doesn't want to. Nothing that Israel is doing is, like, especially as like Biden's foreign policy is necessarily antithetical to American interests. Israel says I'm sorry, but also, like, Azerbaijan is not a very big state. It's not very big. It's the same with, like, they've been trying to expand into China. Like, they've been expanding the places that they buy arms from, etc. But it's so overwhelmingly America. As I said before, 70% or so of arms come from America, and then like 29% from Germany. Trying to lasso the... Oh yeah, I always do this. I just spin my AirPod. Do I have to... I need to do the carrot stick. I need the carrot for gift subs today, I guess. If we get 10 more gift subs, I'll watch the iDubbbz Rana Khalif thing, because I said I would before. I'm altering the deal. You should give me money. 10, not by itself, but collectively, 10 gift subs. We'll watch it. What would the stick be, chat? That's the carrot. I guess it would just be me yelling at you. I don't think that would work though. Or maybe it would work, but not for the reason I wanted it to.
I'm gay.
Salahu, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. The stick is playing Wordle games. If you don't give sub, then we're gonna play Tradle and all the different, like, we're gonna play a Wordle game that's about guessing a country by its Infinity Fabric. Thank you. The stick is the password game. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that one. My girlfriend watched my stream and that, and she was like, "You're doing it all wrong," and then she beat it. It seems like you have to edit like it in the HTML thing or something to get it done. I don't know. Carrot on a stick? That's true. Maybe this is carrot and the stick at the same time. Okay, let's do it. Let's do Wordle games. I haven't done them yet today. Wordle time. I won't play all of them. Some of them are a little tedious. R.I.P. my idiot son Paul, the chicken. Poor Paul. Okay, penis once again not working. Story, no, never mind. That's that. I was not gonna make a joke there. What vowels do we have? Style? No, we don't have an E. Stung? No. Stummy? My stummy hurt. Stuck? Okay, I guess not. That's fine. Sure. No, I don't need any. Are you serious? What vowels do we have? We have O. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. We're cooked. That's baby penis isn't very good, folks. That's not a word, is it? No, it's not. It's not ghost. Loss? No, because we don't have a T. It's an S in the middle. This is ridiculous. Basil? No, it's not. That's not how you spell it. I'm gonna. Okay, that's a bit better. That breaks my general rule where I like generally you try to stick with it completely. Okay. Boz. Would it be like Bizol? Boz. Bossy. Okay. There can be 2 S's. There we go. We're not washed. All right. Crossword time. Let's see. Let's see if I'm washed here. I usually do them at the start of the stream. Because Okay. Horse's foot. What is that? Okay. I'm washed. My brain isn't working anymore. Fuck. More than enough. Like movies listed on Rotten Tomato. Rated. Recoiled from. Oh no, my word brain is. What you? This is why I do at the start of the stream. Because streaming is mentally exhausting. Or you can make dance by putting a little boogie in it. Your butt. Like some criticism and winter weather. I don't think any of these are right. I don't know Nebraska Slaughter. Agree to receive promotional email. Say. Accept. No. On fleek. Okay, everything's wrong. I'm washed. Swirl as water. Oh, is it a clef? More than enough. Like movie listed on Rotten Tomatoes. Recoiled from. Well, you can make dance by putting a little boogie in it. Oh no, I'm washed. Like some criticism and winter weather. Agree to receive promotional emails. Say. Swirl as water. Swish. Okay, words are not coming to me today. God damn it. I don't think this is right. Nebraska's largest city. I don't know what that is. Like some criticism and winter weather. Cold. Harsh. Okay. See, my brain is just not working. Shied. That's not how you spell that. It's with a Y. Woof. Oh my god. See, I'm so washed today. Oh my god. This is what I need to do at the start of the stream. I'm so washed. No, it's I. And then it's opt-in. Right? Ample. It is rated. Wait, did I get that? Where you can make dance. No. Rates? Shies from? Omaha? Your hanky? What is that? I'm so washed. 2.5 hours of just talking ruins my brain. Wow, that was real bad. Okay. I don't know what eddy is. What the fuck is an eddy? Circular movement of water. Okay, the more you know. Okay. Connections. I'll only do a couple of these, I promise. And if we get 10 gift subs, I guess there's 8 left or whatever, I'll watch this, I guess. Although that doesn't seem to be working either. I guess you guys don't want to watch it. Okay. Slate Crane games news schedule. Okay. It's a verb. Cook. Airplane audio. Edu. Maybe no. Buffalo Bill. Buffalo. No. Work schedule. The schedule and slate feel like they could be temps. Maybe that relates to work. Audio program. A program, a schedule, a slate, and a bill. A lineup. Games, audio, news. Okay. What else we got here? Fortune teller. Crane. Had you. Maybe it's ways of saying. No, I don't think so. What else would that mean? Is it like adjutant? No. Oh, maybe it's like what's this? What's the fourth? Is it? Oh, it would be like French words, like pain. Yeah, it's tricky. Audio fortune telling. Okay, these ones I still don't. Usually it's obvious at this point. I feel like a fan. Maybe that's like a noun. Ah. Oh, there's an ad. Okay, I'm gonna run an ad break. I think I will. The automatic thing sucks so much. Why can't I click on it? Oh, it ran it for me. Okay, cool. Thanks, Twitch. I'll set another alarm. Fortune teller. Cooking, audio. Audio news. Airplane, fan, crane. And fortune teller? Yeah. By folding paper. Honestly, that was such a vibes-based one. But I got it. I'm goated. New York Times offerings. Oh, fuck off. I don't... Yeah, like I keep track of the fucking New York Times. Okay, for sure, man. I have to solve a catchba for this. Oh, it's fine. I solved it wrong. I did the wrong one, and it didn't care, so that's cool. I guess there are bots now who are doing spell check then, clearly. Get started. Daily challenge.
Empty, an adjective meaning containing nothing. Caterpillar, a noun meaning the elongated worm-like larva of a butterfly or moth. Also, any of various similar larvae. The word derives from Middle English.
Okay.
Firmly, adjective meaning securely or
the
solidly
ratings on these
fixed
are
in
not
place.
fair, by the way. Some of them.
Flute, a noun meaning recorder. Rooster, a noun meaning an adult male domestic chicken.
Like the way they rank these are totally unfair.
Scrolls, a verb meaning to move text or graphics up or down or across a display.
Like scrolls is
Cerebellum,
medium?
a noun meaning a large dorsally projecting part of the brain. Simpatico, an adjective meaning agreeable, likable.
Really? Wait, how do you spell simpatico? Is it? It's an I. Oh.
Arpeggio, a noun meaning production of the tones of a chord in succession and not simultaneously.
That's not a medium.
Fondant, a noun meaning a soft, creamy preparation of sugar, water, and flavorings that is used as a basis. Fondant.
Oh, fondant. Oh, okay, with an A. Of course. I think she just pronounced that wrong. Fondant? I guess it is. She said it funny.
Guilloche. A noun meaning an architectural ornament formed of 2 or more interlaced bands with guilloche.
Yeah, I don't...
Gudgeon. A noun meaning pivot, journal. The word comes from Middle English goujon, originating from Middle French goujon. Gudgeon.
But it's middling. It's like, so it's spelled weird. It's not like goujon. How do you spell that? I don't even...
Duello. A noun meaning the rules or practice of dueling. The word originates from Italian.
All right, I don't. Yeah.
Presidio. A noun meaning a garrison place, especially a military post or fortified settlement in areas currently...
It's all Roman style. No, I'm washed.
Bathos. A noun meaning the sudden appearance of the commonplace in otherwise elevated matter or style. The word is derived from bathos.
Is it just pathos? No, what was that one? It was bathos. Duello? Oh, it was just a U. And that was an S instead of a C. Alright, well I guess I'm washed. Those ones were a little bit ridiculous, the hard ones. But I guess they're supposed to be hard. Maybe that rating was fine. Then we gotta do the travel. Oh. Maybe this one's hard. French Guiana, is it? Maybe you would just go Brazil. You wouldn't have to go through these, just like Brazil, Colombia. Colombia. With an O. Yeah. And then Panama. Yeah, easy clap. What's the next one? Do you want to do world? Oh, I mean, yeah, that one's, we got that one. Some of these, like Tradle is a little, let's do Time Guesser. This is my favorite one, I think. Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, Brazil. Yeah, you got it. Also, I don't read chat, by the way. Oh. When was this? It's cool how much Ireland loves Obama. I think that's funny. I would assume it's Dublin. You guys know about... You guys tapped into Obama potato? It's like... It's not in Dublin. I think it's somewhere else. It's some other... Is it like Galloway or something? Because Obama is Irish, right? On his mom's side? Isn't that true? Maybe this is just Dublin. 2012. Probably wouldn't be. Yeah, see, it was somewhere Monegal. It's like where his family's from or something. Nothing as Irish as Barack Obama. Hospital. Rosura Hospital. Polizia. Is that Italy? Hospital is weird. Like, that's a Romance language. Isn't it? I actually don't know where this is. I think that's Italy. Oh, oopsie, I'm sorry. It's cut off. I don't know. Hospital. I think this is gonna be... Maybe this is... I think this is Italian. than like 70? 75? This is probably way off. Switzerland. Oh, it was Romanche. It's a Swiss flag. Of course it is. Of course I was recognized. Yeah, you're right. That's a Swiss. It's a part of the... Because it's got the thingy on it. The Swiss cross. That's Romanche then, isn't it? Like, I don't think... Like, what is hospital in Italian? I was like, it's all funky. Man, I could not tell you. I could not tell you, man. This seems like it's like movies in South Africa. Is this like Panama? This is like the opening of the Panama Canal. When did that, or like not the opening, the expansion? Like, is this here? When did that happen? When did this happen? When did they expand it? I can't remember. I'm gonna go 90. I'm a genius? The 2009 part, but the location, I'm goated. You're right, the camera. I'm goated though. I don't care. That's insane. That's insane. I'm goated. I don't even care. You're right. The camera is clearly like 2009, but I'm a genius. It doesn't matter. Okay. She's cracks. I need to start playing Geopolitical again. This is all English. Then it's the yellow plate. Left side of the road. Somewhere in Scotland. Yeah, it's like Scottish. It's not like a Scottish or it's an English castle. I don't think it's Welsh. Because there'd be some silly... Oh, through... I think that's... I can't remember. Yeah, that's like a British... That's like a UK number. Oh, yeah, Scotland. There you go. The question is when? I don't know. Oh, you guys can't see I'm doing the time thing. Like 75 maybe? Does it tell me which? I feel like they'd have like homeowners, no. Shoe repair. There's no... Did I see it said a castle somewhere? I'm just gonna go like here. 1975? That was a good guess. It was Edinburgh. 1990. Okay. Okay, we got some LA born horse, mules, and cattle. This feels like a celebrating the end of Prohibition sort of vibe to it. Kentucky. But that could be, I think that's a brand. This is a Kentucky brand. Louisiana. I think that's probably Louisiana. I feel like that's the more consistent. New Orleans. Are these drinks though? These are like sody pops. They're not drinking, aren't they? Like they're drinking some sody pops. I think like 23. New Orleans. 38. It was a few years after. Okay. I just forgot when Prohibition ended. That was my problem. When did Prohibition end? Prohibition end. 33. Okay. It was pretty late. So I should have went like 34 or something. Okay. The fact that I got the Panama Canal, the fact that I 5K'd that is unreal. You should give me money for that. You should give me money in general. But do you want to do the front office one? Rank U.S. states by lowest life expectancy at birth. Miss Rodman, thank you for the prime. It's probably just like Louisiana, Florida, Mississippi. West Virginia, Idaho? Maybe not Idaho. Kentucky? Yeah, we're getting sort of the region. Maybe Mississippi's first. Let's guess Louisiana. West Virginia. Alabama? Kentucky? Yeah. Mississippi. Put West Virginia here. Then Alabama. Louisiana, Kentucky. We're goated. I do not. We tried Contexto. I hate it so much. It's very silly. Okay. Costco at all. Kirkland signature shrimp ring. That's a lot of shrimp. That's a lot of shrimp. Like $18.99? No, it's more. It's more. $22.49. $22.99. There you go. $24.99 would be good if it wasn't Costco. Okay. And then wiki speedruns. Let's do this one. High density polyethylene. I don't even know. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Okay. All right. Let's try to. Okay. I don't know what that is. I have to read this. Thermoplastic polymer. Oh, okay. Surely that's used in like cooling. Like, is that used in? Do they cool? I'm not looking at chat, but oh, conductor. Oh no, conduit. Oh, okay. Surely this. No, this is not. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. Electrical. Okay, this is not the right way. I don't know any of this technique. Oh no. Can I go back? Can I go back? Shit. Connor, this all seemed like it was close to video games or close to computer stuff. Okay, electrical cable. There we go. That's like what I. No, maybe this isn't good either. Okay, cable management. What type of, like, the computer cable, the one they use in computer? A cable gland. I didn't know they had those. Let's do power cable. Give me types of power cable. Okay, so we this did not work either. I wanted like USB-C. Okay. It's GTA San Andreas, then like Microsoft, And then Xbox? Wait, shit, which Xbox is it? Is it 360? Okay, Xbox. San Andreas is early. I think it's just Xbox. Oh no. Maybe Halo 2 is better. PlayStation 2. I think it was PS2. I think GTA San Andreas is PS2. That seems like a vibe for it. Games library. Grand Theft Auto. Do we have San Andreas specifically? Yeah. Here we go. We did it. Okay, that's enough. That's enough for that. What else? That was not, all things considered, that was not too bad. I think I recovered. I still don't know what the first one was. The polyethyl thing. A bandle? I'm not good at bandle, but I can try it. I'm very good, not good. Couldn't tell you. Bad Guy by Billie Eilish. I don't know. I have the right artist. Oh. What is it? What am I thinking of? I can't remember this era. This era of Billie Eilish is not something I'm familiar with. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I just recognize the type of production, I guess. Is it this one? Is it the other one that's available? I don't know. I couldn't tell you that. Barry Friend, I couldn't tell you. I'm sure I'd recognize it. It's very spooky. It's a very spooky production. Cause it was like, is it her like brother or something? Was one of the main producers on the whole album. I liked her recent album. I thought it was good. Phineas is a silly ass name. Oh, let's watch this.
All this political advertising never made any sense. Why pay for ads when you can just pay people directly to vote for you? It's brilliant. Cut out the middleman. Why didn't I think of that? I mean...
Also, I realized we were talking about this before, how Elon said, like, Elon and Tucker Carlson were joking about how fucked he is if Kamala wins. And I was like, the president now is Joe Biden. Like, what do you mean? But it's specifically about election fraud stuff, probably.
Granted, it does seem like buying votes should be illegal. Yeah, well, it turns out that it is. It is very illegal. But nonetheless, Elon Musk is making it rain for Donald Trump. First, he gave the campaign $75 million through a new PAC, but that just wasn't enough. Musk has recently announced some, shall we say, incentives to get people to vote for Trump in swing states. And Musk has announced that every day between now and Election Day, he will give $1 million to a registered voter chosen at random who signed one of his petitions.
We're going to be awarding $1 million to
this is
randomly
wild.
To people who have signed the petition every day from now until the election.
Does this violate sweepstakes law?
Doesn't that sound a little bit like a, I don't know, Bribe? Well, today we're going to talk about whether Musk's actions constitute a criminal offense, the sentence that he could face if convicted, and whether federal law enforcement will intervene before the election. Because in his seemingly endless quest to be a poorly written James Bond villain, Elon Musk has inserted himself into the 2024 presidential election in a big way. He took the @America Twitter handle away from its user and gave it to himself. He spent $75 million to launch an organization called the America PAC to support Donald Trump's presidential campaign, and he appeared at a Trump rally where he jumped up and down like a teenager to chat with Ronan.
Compensate the government. I feel like that is a classic, like, Reagan-style conservatism.
Concert.
Is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here.
It's ridiculous, man.
Take over, Elon. Just take over.
And now Elon has temporarily moved to Pennsylvania and declared in a very sincere way that he's a fan of both the Steelers and the Eagles, making him exactly one of one. But Musk's America PAC is running Trump's Get Out the Vote campaign. And one of the key initiatives is incentivizing people to sign a petition pledging their, quote, support for the First and Second Amendments by offering cash rewards exclusively to residents of swing states.
It would be so funny. Like, you see what they're doing because it's like you don't care about who you vote for. It would be funny. You want subtitles? Sorry. If a bunch of, I mean, presumably, I wonder what portion of these are going to like Dem voters.
The petition states, quote, the First and Second Amendments guarantee.
Because you see what they're doing.
Freedom of speech and the right to bear arms. By signing below, I am pledging my support for the First and Second Amendments. Now, usually a petition is meant to demonstrate public support for some proposition, like the right to bear arms, but this petition seems to have very little value in demonstrating anything. And as a group of Republican attorneys and public officials have observed, quote, critically, America PAC has not made the names or numbers of petition signers public, so the petition provides no demonstration of public support for even that statement. But the rewards include $47 for each registered voter in a swing state that a petitioner recruits.
Harris campaign paid streamers to tell them to register to vote. I wonder who accepted the money.
To sign, or $100 if the voter is from Pennsylvania. And in his tweet announcing the offer, Musk proclaimed it was easy money. And a few days later, he upped the ante. Musk awarded a
random Cards Against Humanity. I mean, sure, you can
Pennsylvania petition signer
because yeah, I mean, you could just
$1 million prize on October 19th, 20th, and 21st. And he says he's going to be giving random $1 million prizes to other people who.
It's not hard to see why this would affect the Republicans more in terms of registering, but also like $1 million, like I think Elon fucked up with this by making it $1 million, because that's like a bit too much. Like there's a certain amount of money you get where if someone hears, just in general who's in a swing state, like you can sign up to vote and get this money, that it's gonna access a lot of people who aren't like Republican voters.
Who are registered to vote in any of the 7 swing states from now through Election Day, November 5th. Now, the cash offers in Pennsylvania are only available for petition signatures submitted by October 21st because that's the voter registration deadline in the Commonwealth. And since only registered voters can claim the prizes, the offer basically incentivizes people to register by offering $100 and maybe even more just for registering to vote and filling out an online petition. This creates a financial motive for people to register before the deadline. And the obvious question here is whether this scheme violates any election laws. Is Elon doing anything illegal? And the answer—
honestly, the more that I think about it, the more like my initial reaction to this is like, surely that's illegal, you can't do that, like it's interfering. The more I think about it, the less I think that. And maybe this is just not true practically, but like, again, especially with giving away $1 million a day, like what are the odds, like how many people are going to sign up and to vote and then do this and then vote Republican when they wouldn't have? Like specifically as an offset of Democrat people who are signing up? I mean, it's a very close election, so it's obviously...
Yeah, it's probably illegal vote buying. Now, America has a long history of giving people freebies in exchange for votes.
Like, how many people are already signed up, like, or vote Democrat, or might sign up and just, like, not vote?
In our video on things that...
Because $1 million, like, I don't... If it had a bit less reach, it would make sense for this mainly to be Republican.
It used to be illegal. We talked about how the Founding Fathers used to give voters free drinks. In fact, 24-year-old George Washington failed to win a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses after he decided against treating voters to booze. 3 years later, Washington ran again, and this time he showed up with 144 gallons of alcoholic drinks.
Let's do this.
And it was a success. he paid a half gallon of liquor or wine for every vote that he won. Now, eventually Americans decided it was wrong to buy votes, especially with alcohol. I mean, sure, money is speech, but it's not that speech. And it should
That is funny, yeah. Like, what happens when, like, thinking of a world where Kamala wins, like the Supreme Court is in such an interesting situation because they really are like shameless about supporting like right-wing reactionary political agenda. Like Kamala wins, Musk goes through trial, and then the Supreme Court, I don't know the specific logistics of this, and like common law courts, the Supreme Court decides that actually because speech is money, you're allowed to pay people,
obvious, but
and that it's fine for Elon to do that.
Elections by coercing or incentivizing voters to cast their ballots for specific candidates or party rather than voting based on their real preferences.
Because like that is the Supreme Court has decided that speech is money is the type of speech. That's how election, like, as people reported on the chat, that's how like a lot of campaign like donation laws.
And vote buying is the practice of offering money, goods, or services to people in exchange for their vote in an election. And in the United States, several...
Oh, this is such a classic. This is such a banger. You know, I forget they call her Sister Hillary. Go to 2016.
Federal laws address giving something of value in exchange for voting or registering to vote. 18 U.S.C. 597 makes it a federal crime to pay, offer, or promise any money or benefit in exchange for voting or withholding a vote for a specific candidate in a federal election. And there's also 52 U.S.C. 10307, which states, quote, whoever knowingly or willfully gives false information as to his name, address, or period of residence in the voting district for the purpose of establishing his eligibility to register or vote, or conspires with another individual for the purpose of encouraging his false registration to vote or illegal voting, or pays or offers to pay or accepts payment either for registration to vote or for voting, shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both. So, as you can see, this section of the Voting Rights Act makes it illegal for any person to pay or offer to pay anyone for voting or registering to vote. And according to the Department of Justice, this kind of scheme doesn't need to be successful to be illegal. Quote, Section 10307C applies as long as a pattern of vote buying exposes a federal election to potential corruption, even though it cannot be shown that the threat materialized. This means we don't have to wait for the election to figure out if Musk's actions swayed voters before deeming it illegal. And the DOJ says that, quote, the statute rests on the premise that potential voters can choose not to vote, that those who choose to vote have a right not to have the voting process diluted with ballots that have been procured through bribery, and that the selection of the nation's leaders should not degenerate into a spending contest, with the victor being the candidate who can pay the most voters. But most vote buying is not as simple as giving cash for votes, although that has happened before. For example,
it is a very American, like, vote buying is obviously an incentive for like any politician in any sort of, but it is a very American way. Like, all this is just such an American way of doing vote buying. The guy who's like buying people drinks,
candidate running for sheriff and commissioner,
and then the making it so people sign a petition that's pro the Second Amendment to give them possibly $1 million. It's like such an American vote buying scheme.
County, Georgia, engaged in so much open vote buying that the magistrate called the atmosphere, quote, a successful flea market. The open bidding for votes was like an auction where both sides, quote, paid the voter $20 to $40 after the voter cast his or her absentee ballot. Sometimes the cash payment occurred in the courthouse bathroom. But Musk's scheme is slightly less crass. Now, the courts interpret 10307C to include almost anything of value. For example, in U.S. versus Garcia, the Duval County...
See, I will say secret ballots make vote buying extra funny. This, I guess, relates to this as well. Because it's like, you could just lie. Like, yeah, I voted. Definitely for you.
Welfare director
Can I have $40?
Accused of a vote buying scheme. She was responsible for issuing vouchers for food, clothing, prescriptions, and medical services to indigent persons in need of welfare assistance. And the government charged Garcia and 3 other people with giving welfare food vouchers to people in return for their promises to vote absentee for a certain local candidate in the Democratic primary election. And the 11th Circuit upheld...
The Dems are paying a bunch of streamers. Harris paid Nimplal, Austin Show, Hutch, Pokimane, Valkyrie. That's funny.
...held their convictions and found that the term payment was broad enough to include any...
That's their response. I mean, I guess they went in the cult. Like, the Trump response is like Aiden Ross and XQC. Yeah, that is an insane thing that you guys have. Like, that is the most 2024 statement ever. The, like, Austin Show v. Aiden Ross, like,
any other item of value...
bought sponsorship for politicians during election season.
Such as welfare benefits. Now, whether the item is something of value depends.
Hutch is also cool. That's not a surprise to me at all. Hutch is like a super lib. I see Hutch and I'm like, you know what? You know what's extra funny is that if you said a certain streamer that should not be named, did you mean Destiny? Was that the implication? Because for those two, it's like, I'm sure that was awesome for you. I'm sure that was awesome for you. Like, there's completely consistent political, you're doing it anyways. That is the Democrat equivalent of the, like, Tim Pool Russia thing. Where, like, Tim Pool is not saying anything different because you gave him that money. Like, it's the exact same shit.
The perspective of the voter receipt.
I think Aiden Ross was paid. Absolutely. I think he was paid, like, wasn't there something that he might have got paid, like, $1 million? Someone was saying, no, was it Tenamongi was like, someone like that was like, I got paid like $1 million to or I got offered, shouldn't accept it, like $1 million to endorse Trump. So there's no way, like, especially XQC gambling Andy, like XQC gambling debt Andy, like very shameless sponsorship Andy.
Receiving the item and not the person offering it. And not everything of value violates the law. Quote, free rides to the polls or providing employees paid leave while they vote are not prohibited.
XQC is literally from Laval. It's so funny.
The difference between a payment or welfare voucher and a ride? Well, the ride makes it easier to get to the polls, but it doesn't influence the individuals who have already decided to vote to actually cast their ballots. And this statute doesn't require proof that a voter was paid to support a specific candidate. Offering something of value to get someone to vote or register to vote falls under its scope.
Oh, then he's cooked. Then he's cooked, dude. He's cooked. He's so cooked then. It's not even... Because of course, I guess I should have thought, like, he is, like, if he's right. Actually, that's crazy. He is, like, the thing about him being fucked if Kamala wins is true. Like, he's so cooked.
Offering something of value to get someone to vote or register to vote falls under its scope. For example, in 2008, Ben & Jerry's initially offered...
There's a couple... I have to log into progressivevictory.win. Can someone send me, like, a screenshot of this? Because I do want to know who's taking the Kamala money. That's interesting.
To anyone wearing an I voted sticker, but later adjusted the promotion to allow any sticker due to concerns about Section 10307C. As the company now acknowledges, quote, it turns out that giving away freebies as incentives for voting is not super legal, so we had to modify the offer. Free scoops for anyone who had a sticker on, voting related or otherwise. Bunch of freaking killjoys. Now, obviously, if you're legally buying...
But yeah, no, if it's illegal to pay someone to vote... then Elon is fucking cooked.
Votes, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can have a number on screen.
Like, not specifically for you, but just in general, which makes sense.
For a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team.
I doubt he has lawyers.
You need the Eagle Team, so click below. But the DOJ manual...
Are you saying about legal? Like Serial, this guy doesn't have a team of lawyers.
Specifically references lottery chances as something of value. We checked and it doesn't seem like there's case law specifically on point about lotteries as vote bribing schemes, but the DOJ's interpretation
because it's a weird
carries significant weight. Now, to figure out whether any of Musk's activities are illegal.
No, Musk? I think he does have lawyers. I think he doesn't care. Because he knows if Trump wins, he's fine.
We have to look at each offer. And Elon's first gambit was offering voters in Pennsylvania the opportunity to see him give a speech as long as they signed the petition and already voted in the election. Now, this seems like a pretty clear offer of payment, which again means anything of value for voting. And it seems like this would violate Section 597 in the same way that the Ben & Jerry's offer did. But the first monetary offer was to pay registered voters $47 if they got another person to sign a petition. Now, the statute doesn't bar someone from paying others to do campaign work. And in another case that involved the Garcia welfare vote buying scheme, some of the defendants argued that they were paid cash to do campaign work, like handing out posters. But the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld several convictions,
You're allowed
saying
to
the jury
do that, though, aren't
had
you?
enough evidence that people were actually given $30 to vote, not to do other activities for the candidates.
I see.
And
That one's
Elon's PAC
allowed.
is hiring people. If you click on the @America PAC Twitter
Apparently they're fucking up, aren't they? Like, it's an incredible... Like, the America PAC is doing a lot of the organizing. I wonder if the story of, like, narrow election that Elon loses, or that Trump loses, is the story of, like, Elon completely fucking up the Republican ground game.
page you can apply for canvassing jobs in swing states. And
because he's paying people to canvass and stuff, which I can't imagine is all that efficient. It's a lot harder if you're like, I'm just here to get paid. I'm knocking on your door. Like, am I crazy? Like, if you're just like, people who are there who are like, I really want this candidate to win, are going to sell you on it.
That's perfectly legal. However, the statute specifically prohibits payments, quote, for registration to vote.
Oh, he's cooked. He's cooked.
The Justice Department says that Section 10307C does not apply to payments made to signature gatherers for voter registration such individuals may obtain.
Does not apply to payments made to signature gatherers.
However, such payments become actionable under Section 10307C if they are shared with the person being registered. Now, to appear on a ballot, candidates often need to collect a certain number of signatures from registered voters. And when someone approaches you at Target and asks you to add your signature, that's totally legal, even if that person is being paid to do the work. But it becomes illegal if they pay you for signing your name. And while Musk could argue that the $47 payments are for campaign work, that interpretation is pretty weak because of the voter registration requirement. Restricting the payments to registered swing state voters suggests the intent was to pay people to register, and it really had nothing at all to do with the petition. Although those who signed the petition certainly gave Musk valuable data for a big mailing list.
Oh, yeah.
And later he raised the amount to $100 specifically for Pennsylvania voters. That runs into the same problem as the $47. The petition supporting the First and Second Amendments is meaningless. But it's pretty obvious why they did this.
They're not even trying with
the
the
Second Amendment
petition.
so much they're willing to sign a petition of support for it is probably going to vote for Donald Trump. So
I don't know if that's true. Do we think that that's true? I don't actually think that that's true.
they're clearly counting on the selection bias here. And the money is being provided specifically for registered voters who reach out to other registered voters. And election law expert and UCLA law professor Rick Hassan, who's usually a very sober voice.
What is Dan Henschel's
Election law says,
Twitter
quote,
post?
though some of the other things Musk was doing were of murky legality, this one is clearly illegal. But wait, there's more. You might recall that Elon also offered a lottery. Quote, all you need to do is sign the @America petition in support of Constitution.
Oh, we gotta watch this one.
I am straight! I'm not gay! I'm not gay! I'm straight! And I like women, and women only! There's nothing wrong with being gay, but I'm not! I'm not. Okay?
So I also feel
Constitutional rights to free speech and bear arms to have a daily chance of winning $1 million. You can be from any or no political party, and you don't even have
Do you think any Senate is real? I actually don't know. She follows me. I actually don't know. I genuinely couldn't tell you.
to vote. Now, we recently talked about the legality of
I don't know Dan like that. It would be weird to ask, I feel like.
some of Mr. Beast's old lotteries.
I think it might
Lotteries
be
are
real,
distinct
I'm
from
not sure.
Sweepstakes, which are legal. Sweepstakes are games where a person is chosen randomly to win a prize. And
Why did bisexual... I submitted a request to unban it waiting for it. Why did bisexual Northern Lion get banned?
Sweepstakes participants do not need to give consideration to enter. And a raffle is, quote, an activity in which people buy tickets with different numbers, some of which are later chosen to win prizes, that's organized in order to make money for a good social purpose. And in fact, Kamala Harris is actually holding a sweepstakes right now. Quote, we're inviting...
It's no different... Sorry, wait. It's no different than Dems promising student loan forgiveness. I don't know if that's true. I think it might be a little bit different than that.
One lucky supporter and a friend to our Get Out the Vote concert. And although you can donate to enter the sweepstakes, you don't have to pay anything at all. If you click on the link and enter your email, you can enter without contributing.
Oh, banning people who make multiple accounts. I guess that's why. It's because of
Elon's offer,
biphobia.
on the other hand, is clearly an illegal lottery. A lottery
Groups of people that Twitch is prejudiced against. Bisexuals. Israelis. What other? I think that's the list right
becomes
now.
illegal if it involves 3 key elements. 1, consideration, 2, chance, and 3, a prize. Now, consideration refers to a payment or something of value given to enter the lottery. Chance means the outcome is based on luck rather than skill. And a prize is a reward given to the winner. And if all 3 elements are present, the lottery is...
Well, no, I was going to make that joke, but it's the inverse. Because of how much the C word... Because that one's a real...
generally illegal unless it's specifically authorized by state law, such as a state-run lottery. And the DOJ says that a lottery should be considered a thing of monetary value that constitutes vote buying in violation of Section 10307C. And it looks like it also violates state law as well. Musk's $1 million lottery also violates 18 Pennsylvania Crimes and Offenses Code, Section 5512, which defines and prohibits illegal lotteries in Pennsylvania. In fact, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro called the scheme concerning and said law enforcement should look at it.
So you think it might not be legal, yes or no?
I think it's something that law enforcement could take a look at. I'm not the Attorney General anymore of Pennsylvania, I'm the governor, but it does raise some serious questions.
And that's probably because in Pennsylvania, vote buying is also prohibited by state law under 25 Pennsylvania Statute Section 3539, which specifically addresses bribery in elections. And it says, quote, any person who shall directly or indirectly give or promise to offer to give any gift or reward in money, goods, or other valuable thing to any person with intent to induce him to vote or refrain from voting for any particular candidate or candidates, or who shall directly or indirectly procure for or offer or promise to procure for such person any such gift or reward with the intent aforesaid, shall be sentenced to pay a fine not exceeding $15,000 or to undergo an imprisonment of not more than 7 years or both.
It would have been better. I don't know. I'm not sure.
That law has a pretty broad definition of what something of value is. A gift or offer to give money, goods, or other valuable things. It also prohibits voters from accepting such offers. That means a person who accepts payments from Musk could be prosecuted for violating the state and federal laws. And that's exactly what happened in the companion case to Garcia. The people who accepted the $30 cash payments and the welfare vouchers were actually prosecuted for participating in the scheme. So if you're one of Elon's $1 million winners, beware. Now, Musk can argue that a lot of the petition signers were already registered. He stated that the lottery is just about the petition. Quote, you don't have to vote, just sign a petition saying you support the Constitution. Now, that's probably his best defense, saying it was more about harvesting email and contact information for these people.
Actually, I'll be right back 1 second.
Actually getting people to vote. But the lottery isn't restricted to people who are already registered. You can sign the petition, but you're not entered to win $1 million unless you register by the deadline in swing states. And the goal is to get more people registered. And in some ways, this is uncharted water. There isn't a case directly on point that deals with this sort of indirect but clearly intended to be directly related to registration or voting kind of case. And it could be a strong counter-argument that neither Musk's payments or the lottery are payments to directly register to vote. If we treat Musk's words credulously, then all he's doing is giving people a little cash to sign a petition supporting the Constitution and probably building a donor list. And that's definitely legal. But if Musk took the information about the voters who signed the petition, then offered them something of value to vote for Trump, that would probably be illegal, but he would obviously argue that's not what happened here. So for a court to conclude that Musk violated these state or federal statutes, the court would have to say that the monetary incentive is not about the petition, that the petition was just a ruse for the real plan, which was to give people cash payments and a shot at $1 million to induce people to register to vote. And that indirectness definitely makes it a less clear case of campaign fraud and possibly an edge case. But as we've discussed, there's evidence against this interpretation as well. The government could say that Musk only created the payments for voters who registered, and the program was announced right before the registration deadlines, so we can infer that he was paying people to register. But on the other side, Musk would simply say it's too indirect to violate the law. He didn't pay them to register to vote. He paid people to sign a petition, and the only ones he paid happened to be registered voters. So there's no way the payment could induce registration, let alone voting. And then making things even more surreal, Cards Against Humanity, which is suing Musk over Tesla destroying its land, made a similar offer in response to Musk. The company's offering $100 to people who did not vote in 2020, but will vote in 2024. They announced this on Twitter of all places. They said, quote, stop masturbating and listen up, America. If you didn't vote in 2020, Cards Against Humanity will pay you to apologize, making a voting plan, and publicly post hashtag Donald Trump as a human toilet, up to $100 if you live in a swing state and lean blue. And they're asking people in swing states to check their voter registration and make a plan to vote. And that seems to be similar, if more parodical version of what Musk is doing. And they can also make the same arguments. They aren't paying someone to vote or to register. They're just asking people to make plans to vote. They say, quote, it's a crazy legal loophole that we can just start a super PAC, buy the personal voting records of every American on the internet, and then pay blue-leaning non-voters to apologize and make a voting plan. This whole thing should probably be illegal. Well, Cards Against Humanity, maybe it is. So if convicted, Musk faces up to 5 years in prison for the federal offense alone. But as Spencer the Scowlow has explained, the amount of time a person gets for violating federal law depends on federal sentencing guidelines. And under those guidelines, paying people to register or vote carries a base offense level of 12. And soliciting or accepting payment has a base level offense of 6, but offering or making payments, as Musk did, increases the base offense level to 12. And Musk could also face a 4-level increase because he was an organizer or leader of a criminal activity involving 5 or more participants. So if he was convicted at trial, he'd likely face sentencing based on an offense level of 16 or 14 if he pled guilty. so maybe a sentence of 2 years. But the question is whether the DOJ or the state prosecutors in Pennsylvania will act on this. The Department of Justice is unlikely to do anything about this until after the election. The DOJ has a policy which discourages federal prosecutors from taking overt investigative or prosecutorial actions related to candidates or elections within 60 days of a general election. The goal of that policy is to avoid influencing or appearing to influence the outcome of an election. But this policy is not a formal rule or law, but rather a practice based on DOJ traditions and internal memoranda, such as the 2012 memo issued by then Attorney General Eric Holder. The 60-day window is meant to prevent any political impact on public opinion, where news of an investigation could unfairly sway voters. But this policy isn't absolute. The DOJ retains discretion to take action if a situation is deemed critical or urgent enough to warrant it, regardless of the timing. And a group of Republicans who served in government wrote a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland urging him to act. They write that, quote, "We are aware of nothing like this in modern political history. Law enforcement agencies are appropriately reluctant to take actions shortly before elections that could affect how people vote. But serious questions arising under laws that directly regulate the voting process must be an exception. Otherwise, individuals may act with impunity, with consequences, if any, coming only long after the damage is already done." Now, if Musk does end up going to jail, he'll probably want a really good meal.
Sorry, I'm back. I got a call. It was like from a pharmacy health line. And they called me yesterday when we were recording, and I called it back, and it was like, "We cannot tell you who called you." And I was like, "Okay, I guess I'm dying then. I guess I'm dying, is what you're saying." But it was fine. It was just for medication.
Especially if it helped him slim down.
So I was like, I have to take this so that I find out whether I'm dying or not. And I'm not dying. I just
because he's been looking a little medication lately. And he'd probably love today's sponsor, Factor, because Factor.
Oh, we're done? Okay, we're done, I guess. That was perfect. So basically he might actually be fucked, which is really funny. You should give me money, chat. What is the I don't know if we have any update on the BC elections. He'll be fine. I actually don't know if that's true.
Idea what I did in the White House. I stopped wars with France.
That's true. Truth nuke.
France, you know the France story? They were going to charge us, think of this, 25% to all America. I have to protect American companies, whether we like them or not. Some of them I didn't even like.
He's so, like, it's so funny, like Queenie, fascism. I had to defend the Volk and the German nation, some of whom I kind of think are annoying, but I'm still in this existential struggle against, the Untermenschen. I have to defend them, even though, some of them I kind of don't like that much.
Google is treating us much better. Do you notice that? What happened to Google? They're treating us much better. Very nice. I appreciate that very much. They say McDonald's was one of the most viewed things that they've ever had. Could you believe McDonald's? As many as you have no idea what I did in the White House. I stopped wars.
That's great. I stopped war. I mean, his brain is like not working anymore.
With France?
He saved McDonald's. In France, they were gonna get rid of Grimace. And I said, folks, we can't have that. We can't do that. Oh, really? That's quite the... Well. That's wild. What's that happening? Okay, what else is going on? It's unlocked. Progressive victory, man. It's very silly. That is, Brianna is still doing progressive victory, right? It's like her thing? Very important. I could have got in the bag. In China, you can pay $1,000 to dress up as Simon Cowell and be fed by tourists. I love the idea. Flimpy. Hello. Thank you for the raid. I love the idea that you pay people to feed you. Because I saw this, my initial impression, incredible things are happening in China. My initial impression here was like, you pay money to feed Sung Wukong, right? No, it's the opposite. Which, if you think about it, is so much better. Like, I can't believe I shouldn't have expected just a bunch of people feeding you bananas. This is a Dr. Zayasas fit. Absolutely. This is some Planet of the Apes stuff. Oh, it says you can be paid. Oh, that's an even more interesting. Is this okay? I see. So this is like one of those, like, they're describing a job, basically. Like in China, you can be paid up to $200 a day to clean up after people in a restaurant. It's like, yes, it's a job. You can be okay. I see. That makes it less whimsical. In that makes it less whimsical. I guess that is how a job works. I guess this is, in the strict definition, how a job works, but like without the association of it being a job. Like, it's this crazy thing, like, you know, you can like mow people's lawns and then they give you money. And it's like, wow. That is how it felt, you know, when you're like 14. It's like you can water someone's plants and then they just give you money. And it's like, that's crazy. More people should be doing this. Like, why aren't more people trading their like goods and services for money? That's great though. I can't remember what I was talking about. Is Progressive Victory, like, is that Brianna Wu? Is she still a part of that? Oh, she left it. That's funny. Right, because she's like an anti. She left the left or whatever. I've recently learned that I could exchange my labor power for a wage. Is anyone talking about this? Oh yeah, the one thing I was gonna say is, who's the current governor, Arizona? Katie Hobbs in like 2021. I don't know if it was Katie Hobbs' Twitter itself. Their like campaign or something messaged me, a Canadian communist, being like, can you do like, we would love to collaborate. Oh, I'm leaking. I guess it's Katie Hobbs in my message requests. I guess this is just my message request. I can link my message requests. You guys say weird stuff. It's fine. I don't. Katie Hobbs in my DMs. This is an unaccepted DM from 2022. I want to reach out to connect about opportunities to help us defeat GOP extremists, Carrie Lake. With election day just weeks away, we would love your help in amplifying our message. And like, obviously, I'm not responding to this. I am Canadian and a communist. I'm not. I don't know what you think this is. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny that I didn't post about that because it's embarrassing. Like, it's embarrassing that Katie Hobbs, maybe, I guess not her specifically, but it's embarrassing that Katie Hobbs thought that we're on the same side, I guess. I don't know. I've been asked, I've had people ask, I feel like I haven't been asked direct. I guess I have been directly asked by the Democrats to do stuff. Obviously, like, the answer, including before, you know, support of the genocide in Gaza, is like, fuck you. No, I'm not. We're not on the same side. I don't like you. I've had a couple of people ask me to partake in some sort of like Dem related stream stuff. This is only before. This is like 2020 to 2022, and I just don't respond to it. It's like, no, I'm not doing it. Who do you think I am? I don't understand. Yeah, it's crazy stuff, folks. I love the equivalent, the Canadian equivalent of that. I mean, the Canadian equivalent is the NDP asking me, but the funnier one is the Liberal Party being like, we both want to stop Pierre Poilievre. Yeah, I think that's fascinating. I don't know. Honestly, there isn't. I don't know. No, I shouldn't talk. I should be quiet. If I speak, I am in big trouble. I'm live. I can't edit this. This is going out. Didn't know the conservative guy who followed me lost. Maybe I should unfollow him because he didn't win. He was one of the only. Is it Bruget? I can't. Yeah, he lost. He was Vancouver, Lingara. He's one of the only conservatives that lost in he was running, yeah. Losers follow live. It's true. It's true. Ticket to Fame is gone. They have not counted. Oh, no, well, he definitely lost his riding. They have not counted all the votes. Although my understanding is that they probably just lean NDP. So we're just gonna get it as it exists now, or maybe I think 338 did a final vote projection. Did they? I think they're settled on 40. They're settled on 47, actually. They called it 47, 45 for conservative. Or for NDP. Yeah. I wonder if there's any update on that. Anyways, it's very silly. How's my piano? Oh, people are like, what are the odds that someone thinks that this is real? I made a joke about Brianna Wu. No longer supporting Israel after finding marriage between a straight trans girl and a man isn't allowed. Oh, that's the ad break time. Oh, it ran it for me. That's awesome. Well, let's start it. $56. There we go. Because it runs automatically if you forget to do it. So I'm sorry, you got an ads possibly. Which, as I pointed out before, like those are the things that apply to her, because she is a straight trans woman who's in a relationship with an Asian man.
Here we are going to...
Oh, we're not. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Which makes me believe that she wants to move to Israel. Like she's just finding out that they wouldn't accept. I don't know what the law is in relation to other courts accepting these sort of things, but I think it's fairly obvious that this would not be allowed. I don't know. Why do? Because she loves Israel. I don't really like. She is a very stupid person. Like beyond everything else, she is quite stupid. The Ethan Klein stuff, he really is crashing out though. Right? Like he's now like what has Hassan said about him negatively? Like it seems like all of this has been between like people who are friendly with Hassan. And then he's just like worried about it. Oh, this is funny. No, let's not do this one. I want to do, what is the liberal kid? I want to watch the liberal. I mean, these are all like the dumbest level of fault. Does he get cooked here? I want the is he called Spider? Yeah, Kamala Harris's strongest soldier. What is that one? The like one woke kid against 20 adults, which is basically Daenerys Targaryen's whole story arc.
There's two main categories.
One woke teen survives 20 Trump supporters. This is Dany saying that slavery is actually bad and it should end. And then all the people around her being like, I don't know.
There's two main categorical reasons why I say Harris would be better than Trump. The first category is character.
Speaking of which, if we're bringing up stuff from the past, we can say she slept with Willie Brown, broke up a family just to get her job. And
she got 4.5 million votes to get into AG and DA.
What is the lore there? What is the lore there? I didn't.
And slept with 0 of them.
You don't know
How
that,
do you feel
though.
about Donald
Do you know
Trump?
that? No.
Okay,
absolutely
so
not.
you think that she slept with 4.5 million people to get in her position of power?
But the one
Wait,
person that
are
she
you
did
serious?
was the most important person.
Did you just say that she had to sleep with 4.5 million?
No.
My name is Dean Withers. I'm a 19-year-old liberal.
Because it's so fascinating with people like this. Because I'm sure this guy streams, doesn't he? Like, what is his position on immigration? I'm so curious what because the Dems conceding so much on immigration is basically in terms of this sort of popular discourse, has basically ruined any ability for it's killed the possibility of a counter narrative. Because that's how that's the window of acceptable political discourse. But this is to say he is Kamala's strongest soldier. Which is, this isn't someone on the left arguing, this is someone who's yeah, let's do it. Let's fucking go.
I do political debate for a living, and today,
I do political debate
by
for a living.
20 Trump supporters. My first claim is Donald Trump is a racist.
Let's go. Isn't the lore I saw on that other guy is that he stalked his ex-girlfriend or whatever and had a restraining order? This guy.
Yeah, so I don't understand how people get this idea that Trump is racist. My family came from a communist country. They came from Cuba, and they came from Mexico. So I don't...
Mexico, famous communist country.
...see anything or any statement that he's ever made that's racist. I mean, there's accusations, but there's no facts behind it. And this whole idea that all Hispanics are illegal immigrants and they came here undocumented is not true, because my family came here on both sides through the legal immigration process, not illegally here.
Okay, so that was a bold claim. You just said that, there's no facts to substantiate the idea that Donald Trump is going to be a racist. So in the 1970s, there's civil litigation held against him by the DOJ of the state of New York for literally not renting to black people. What they did is they'd send in quote-unquote testers to his rental properties at the time. They'd send in a white person. The white person would ask the property manager if they had any available properties to rent. They'd say, yes, here we go, here's housing application. Then they'd send in a black tester that asked the same question, and then they'd actually be denied. When this was investigated by the DOJ, the property manager told them that this was just a quote-unquote order from the higher-up, from this boss, from Donald Trump. And then they investigated Donald Trump, brought civil litigation against him, and they essentially determined that, he wasn't renting to black people, in which he then had to promise the DOJ that he was no longer going to racially...
This is an hour 40. God damn, this guy is just put in the torture box. That's way too long for me to watch. Just put in the torture box for an hour 40.
Profile his housing application, and even how to put ads in the New York newspaper
So basically,
saying that he'd rent to black people.
So what you're saying is basically he's not renting to black people, but yet he employs a lot of minorities. He employs a lot of blacks, Asians, Hispanics onto his staff. So why wouldn't he be renting to black people? It doesn't make any sense. Also,
because it's an example of racism.
But also is an example that the Department of Justice is weaponized against people that do something in life.
Can you give me any evidence for that?
I'll give you evidence of that. Yes, I will, because Trump was political for a very long time. He made political statements. He was very unpopular with a lot of Democrats. He would say things that they didn't like, and they would go after him. They would weaponize the Department of Justice, just like they are right now. They're weaponizing the Department of Justice against him. They're using the government for their political power to go against him because they disagree with his political opinion. That's what they do. The Democrats have been going after him for years, even considering he used to be a registered Democrat. So I don't believe that Trump is racist whatsoever. I don't see that, because I see his employees. I've
So the red flag is you guys
been to a
stop
lot of
talking.
his properties in the past, and I know that he hires a lot of minorities. So I don't believe that to be true.
Okay, so your claim here is that, well, he actually didn't do what the DOJ accused him and held him liable for doing.
Yeah, but the DOJ says a lot of things that doesn't make it true.
If I finish real quick? So you're saying that the DOJ actually was unfairly persecuting Donald Trump, a political opponent. In the 70s, he wasn't running for any public office, so I don't know why you'd say that was a political opponent. But maybe we could look at a more intuitive example.
Well, he's made political statements in the 70s as well.
He was a
So,
Democrat.
okay, so your claim is that, the DOJ was unfairly persecuting him.
All right, we don't have to. Let's watch some of the peaks here, because I'm not sitting through
Kamala
this.
Harris, right, quote unquote, turned black, implying that she wasn't black prior. That's another racist comment. We could also reference that as
Because she plays with that. One day she's Indian, one day she's black.
That's not true.
Hello.
Howdy.
Very nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you as well.
So, you're looking
Oh, this is a demon. This lady is evil.
back at
I don't even know. Honestly, I haven't seen the part of her where she's. I could just the way
Trump's
she is.
history. One thing I do want to say, I don't know if you are aware, Palm Beach didn't used to let African Americans there. Donald Trump sued the city of Palm Beach to allow black membership at Mar-a-Lago.
Trump was one of the first club owners in Palm Beach to open to Jews and blacks, but he did not need to go to court.
That is not racist. I think one of the problems that we have a lot on the left, every time there's a disagreement, we get thrown, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're this, you're that. And it dissolves the discussions that we should be having on policies. Secondly, Donald Trump worked with Senator Scott to create opportunity zones in black communities. If he was truly a racist, it's not something that he would do. So I think the whole premise is he's a racist, he's a sexist, takes away from policy positions that we should be discussing. If we go to the border and we talk about rapists and murderers, yeah, they are happening. Laken Riley is now dead. We have 300,000 missing migrant children.
Fact check. An Inspector General report found that from 20, ICE had not issued notices to appear in court unaccompanied migrant children. Based on the ICE's not appear in immigrant courts
Known
are
sold into
considered
the
more
sex
at risk
trade.
for trafficking.
Per the last IG report, these are important issues. Our economy is important issues.
Mind if I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Are you a U.S.-born citizen?
100%.
You're statistically speaking 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. So when you kind
They
of
shouldn't
virtue
be
signal
here.
It's 2 times. I like
They
this.
shouldn't be
Okay.
here.
Okay. All right.
And, and my husband's an immigrant.
Okay. Yeah, but
A
also
legal immigrant.
Okay.
Who came here legally.
Okay, I
Yeah, we
We've
got
got
it.
100
Yeah.
ISIS in our country right now that was reported. We've got gotaways.
We got
We've
ISIS?
got Tende de Aragua. I've interviewed Oscar Blue, who's been through the Darien Gap 4 times. People are dying.
Okay, so you're saying that we have a crisis at the side of the border.
Oh, I thought it was a crisis.
Well, I'm saying that you're saying that Donald.
Straight facts. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us
Oh,
on
that's
this
why
episode.
there's a peak
Now,
there.
What you were doing is you were taking Kamala Harris, you were taking her character, you were taking her proposed policy, you were taking her intelligence, and you're taking her wisdom, and you're throwing it out of the window. Because when you say that the
You did the
only
same thing
reason
with
she's
Trump.
in her position of power today is because she slept with a man that had been legally divorced for 3 years is a lie.
didn't.
She got
She slept with him
4.5
while
million
she was
votes to get into
married.
AG and DA and slept with 0 of them. The question I have for you
Oh, you don't
is
know
how
that
do you feel
though.
about
Do you
Donald
know that? No.
Okay,
Absolutely
so
not.
you think that she slept with 4.5 million people to get in her
she
position
could
of power?
have, but the one
Wait,
person that
are
she
you
did
serious?
was the most important person.
Did you just say that she
did.
had to sleep with 4.5 million
No,
people?
I didn't say that. I said that she slept with one of the most relevant people to get her job.
What was his
to
name?
I do.
get Willie Brown.
And how
I
did
just said
sleeping
that
with Willie Brown get her the 4.5 million votes in her run for
because
AG and DA?
he was in
Man.
the same position she needed
Yeah, you guys are cooked. This nation is cooked.
to get.
But we have civil and electoral processes. We are a
Is that where that comes from? Because people always make that comment about, like Kamala giving everyone a blowjob to vote for her.
constitutional republic with democratic processes. Yes, I do. And you're saying that she somehow circumvented these civil and electoral processes?
I don't hate women, guys. Just letting it know.
Because I saw that and I was like, it's just because a lady, right? Well, it's a weird psychosexual thing because you didn't really have that with Hillary, but which is to say that like people weren't attracted, like they didn't view Hillary as an attractive woman.
Welcome down. I would really like to see if we could have a productive conversation about this point.
Well, I just want to start off by saying that you seem to attack Trump for his character, but then when like Kamala is attacked for her character, it like doesn't matter.
So why do you think that Kamala Harris is a bad person?
For reasons that have been stated.
Can you repeat them?
She's slept with people to get up to her ranking. She hasn't really done all too much as vice president, in my opinion.
I would like to say that is false. She's passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP in American history. She's also helped the Biden-Harris administration influence some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history.
Right.
I'm going to name 4 pieces of legislation that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that benefits the low.
Man, this is some real
reason why I say this. It's just like one of.
It's one of your arguments.
And then second of all, I wouldn't say that every conservative ever on the face of planet Earth is doesn't actually care about family values for this reason. I just say that this is going to be typically true.
Okay, so you think just because Donald Trump is the Republican candidate that therefore typically conservatives or Republicans are anti-family?
Well, I'd say the consideration of who the Republican Party is championing.
The discourse on family is so crazy. It really is. Like, this is really a good example of how captured public discourse is by the two political parties. I have to and it's important to imagine, like, when Democrats shift on an issue, how it affects people. And it affects public discourse at the very least, the people who are arguing.
Donald Trump, a consideration of like the consequences of pro-life legislation while not having good reason to write that legislation in the first place, along with being anti-IVF and anti-LGBTQ+, are going to be for good reasons.
Right. So let's look at Democrats then. Okay. Are you going to say that Democrats are anti-family because they elected someone like Bill Clinton and he cheated on Hillary with Monica Lewinsky? Like, is that because I think if you were going to say that Trump makes the Republicans anti-family, you're gonna have to say the same thing about Democrats and some of the candidates that they've elected.
Truth asteroid.
Not necessarily, right? I think if like Bill Clinton, porn star, and vote for his legislation, that in turn is anti-family as well.
Again, I just said that's not our voting philosophy.
Comment on that.
Okay, well, see, now I can just reflect everything you were just asking me back to you.
Yeah,
how can you stand for the
you're not going to answer the question that I have asked you about. Again, how are these actions going to be more patriotic?
Well, I'd like to make it clear for the record that you've been out of comment on that because you knew that
you support killing babies. Okay, good. We're going to talk about IED. Let's move on forward. What other actions have you seen that the Democratic Party has just showed? Again, I love America.
Of course, right? So, I mean, if you want to talk about...
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay. This really is like, look at that expression, man. He really is living in a hell of his own creation. Like,
Oh, so sorry. She wasn't going.
were they playing fucking musical chairs or something?
All right. So you said that Democrats are more patriotic than Republicans.
Man,
yes,
that's
so
awesome, dude.
I would like to hear. So, how would you describe? We all had doubts on what was going to happen under this administration, just based on that alone, and the fact that we still have people there. That's embarrassing.
Okay. All right. Contractual of an agreement that we made in the 90s. Okay.
I know, yeah.
Well, it looks like you are going to be finishing the episode off. We have 30 seconds on the clock.
I got 30
I'm not
seconds.
Be able to respond to anything that you say, so take it away.
Yeah, one thing that you said about patriotism, I mean, I go to Trump
Yeah, it's grim, man.
rallies and I see people holding up American flags versus if you go to a Democrat convention, you see nobody holding up an American flag. Maybe like one person or two people there will hold up an American flag. So patriotism to me is being proud of being American, being proud to being from this country. Like I'm proud from being from this country. My family escaped communism from Cuba, and they came here for a better opportunity in loving America, and that's what patriotism is about.
That's great. That's what patriot. That's the basic end. I didn't. This is cool. I like this from an aesthetic point of view. Oh, he's a socialist. It's cool. I like the my take on this. I like the logo. I think the logo's nice. That's the Live car. Oh. Yeah, it's grim. There's a lot of yeah. I got fucking blasted by radiation there. Having to interact with that. Oof. Wow. Do we the Ben Shapiro one? I actually do want to see if he gets cooked. It's interesting, like the era of the Ben Shapiro's doing this is kind of like people are so insane debate pilled now. I feel like it's much harder for like especially a Ben Shapiro.
Right now, 300,000 miners. We have no idea where they are.
Oh, that is nonsense. That is no, it is. They are not lost. They're released to their sponsors who have to go through background checks. You have no idea what you're talking about.
They don't.
You think 300,000 miners are lost in America? Are you crazy?
I'm saying that. Why, hello there. I'm Ben Shapiro, and I'm co-founder of the Daily Wire and host of the Ben Shapiro Show. And today, I'm surrounded by.
No, I put it on fast forward. We're not.
25.
Did Charlie? Okay, if Charlie Cook did one, I want the Charlie Kirk one. I want the Charlie Kirk one because it's funny. Can 25 liberal college students outsmart one conservative?
I think that. Yes or no question? I think that a person who was assigned male at birth, I don't think they
assigned male at birth, so people are not male at birth.
I think that a person.
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not. They're not.
That's interesting that he like worked his way up. It's like the content equivalent of starting in the mailroom.
Not murders.
So what's the
They're like, we like how you debate. Like, let's bring you on.
IUD killing a conceived zygote, and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb.
That was actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cells.
No,
it's not about. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Girl
No, I'm
boss.
speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Girl
No, I'm
boss.
speaking.
Girl boss.
No, I'm speaking.
Girl
Hello,
boss.
everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
He debated Nick Fuentes. Wow, that's squad AF. I love seeing Bays being squad goals.
My first prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal.
Let's go.
All right.
Can I maybe go?
All right, that's kind of embarrassing, guys. That's a deeply embarrassing reaction to that.
Okay, hello, what's your name?
I don't want to watch this, man. Oh, do people like this? You guys are cooked. This is, I will say, I was talking before about how Canada is a less polarized country than America. It's probably getting worse. Like, Canada's getting more, but that is, like, real grim. Ugh. Yeah, that's tough. Ship your most polarized freaks here. I hope so. I hope we do that. I mean, it's your fault that they're insane. Right? It's all American discourses, so they might as well just leave. Like, someone had that reaction to the NDP, like, winning again in British Columbia. Which is, like, so funny. It's like, oh yeah, wow, the NDP, like, this slightly, barely left-wing, government in British Columbia. The West has fallen, dude. You should move. You should go move to America. Also, you should join my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Also, you should give me money. We haven't had that many gift subs this stream, which is we have a lot of viewers. I'm trying to do this is my job, so you should give me money, and you should tip me. I think I might be grumpy because I only ate breakfast today.
I'm gay.
The Andrew, thank you for the gift sub. It really is like such a bad combination of being grumpy, Hungry Bears, exactly, and then having to see that really just ruined my mood so much. Any gifters? Welcome to the grumpy side of the stream. I did order food because it's streamer. Classic streamer move. Is it here? Maybe we'll put on a video for you guys. Do the Hassan thing. I got Subway. This classic. Andrew, thank you for the gift sub again.
gay.
Thank you. Just tanking the ship rate. What do you mean? Requisite, thank you for the 100 bits. I love Subway. My Subway order is very simple. It's spicy Italian, so it's got like the cheese and then the meats, and then lettuce, like the shredded lettuce, mayo, and then salt and pepper. Which really like is a good amount for a sandwich. But when you say it like that, it makes it sound like it's really not that much. No sauce. I told you this is a mayo. It's the mayo sauce. Oh, this is awesome. 4 dates with 4 liberal girls, and they all went like this. I need to ask, is politics a deal breaker? Are you Trump supporter? I don't like that. Well, if I like you enough, maybe I could ignore it. It's a classic. Is that image of like 1/3 of every heterosexual couple, and the lady's like, was that new Salon article? Did you see that new Salon article? And then the guy has a shirt that says the most racist man alive. I feel like this is how white people have been dating for at least 40 years. This has been the dynamic. Oh, she kissed me 12 times is awesome too. Like, wow, congrats, man. 4th year U Chicago. I thought maybe he was like 18 or something. Counting the kisses. That's grim, man. Hold on 1 second. It's Subway time. I don't know. No one's giving me money today, so I might just stop going live and then go play Balatro. Sirisu Camus reply. Went on a date with the 4th year Chicago economics student this month. It's all a game. He didn't know I was trans. That's so true. That's so true. That's so true. You can make them believe whatever you. This is genuinely true, by the way. This is such a truth nuke. It's such an insane truth nuke. She's literally so right. That's a very funny Hessa tweet. I went on a date with the 4th year. Jealousy, thank you for the 100 bits. Truth asteroid. Into the eye exam landscape. That's crazy. There's a hype train coming up if you want to give me money. That is genuinely true though, especially in, I don't know, I used to do that all the time. Are people gonna get mad at me? Like, you'd make out with the guy and then, you know, tell him you have a penis or whatever. But it's I don't know. You are inviting yourself to like an insane violence. Or basically, like, as soon as you start doing that and you don't tell them, then you can't tell them because, you know, their little brains aren't gonna be able to handle it. I'm gonna play the Dr. Zayas song. I guess, is there a hype train? Oh no, it's incoming, so you'd have to give more. There's definitely a gimmick that kind of wears off. Brown bear? Oh, Cryptid, thank you for the $20. Live Agar, many are saying this. Thank you. I want to play the Dr. Zayas song. I guess it didn't technically start the hype train, but thank you for the $20. Thank you. My favorite Simpsons bit. I'm so psychically attached to this.
Help, the human's about to escape.
Get your paws off me, you dirty ape!
He can talk.
He can talk, 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 he can talk!
I can sing!
Ooh, help me, Dr. Zaius.
Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Oh, Dr. Zaius.
Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius.
What's wrong with me?
I think you're crazy.
Want a second opinion?
You're also lazy.
Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius. Oh, Dr. Zaius.
Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius.
Can I play the piano anymore?
Of course you can.
Well, I couldn't
Starving
before.
intro, thank you to I don't think it plays an alert for that.
This play has everything.
Oh, I love legitimate
I
theater.
I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee. No, you'll never make a monkey out of me. Oh my God, I was wrong. It was Earth all along. You finally made a monkey.
Yes, we finally made a monkey.
Yes, you finally made a monkey out of me. I love you, Dr. Zaius.
We love Dr. Zaius, don't we, folks? Okay, I'm gonna go now. Goodbye, everyone. I'll be live. Maybe I'll take tomorrow off. Maybe. Feel sort of blah today.
And it's.
I'll read Lance. Who serves? Join my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Okay, goodbye, chat.